Welcome, everyone. This is the day 2 of the opening gala of the Digital Storytelling Festival. Yesterday, we've done a lot and we've learned a lot. There was creative writing when we learned that in 3 minutes, we can really activate our imagination and create really a lot and feel free. We learned about the stories created with 7 storytelling tips created by Europeana Task Force. We saw them in practice. With the session by the Goethe Institute, we saw and listened to the stories by writers from across the world. And we saw that a simple story is always valid, it's always emotional, and it's something that, especially in times like a pandemic, it's something that can make our life a little bit better and a little bit more interesting. We got video tips. We learned about writing about history of art in an interesting way from daily art. And today we'll have more sessions and more things to discover. But I'll start with a little housekeeping. So here are inclusive engagement guidelines. Please take a look at them. They are here to assure that our interactions throughout the day are respectful, that the space we are creating here digitally is safe, and that everyone is welcome to come with their point of views, different ideas, to own errors and say sorry when it's needed. It's also important to speak up if you feel your boundary was crossed. So if for any reason you feel your boundary has been crossed, please get in touch with the organizers. So one from Teams, you can use it, the chat, the host and panelists session. If there is really an emergency, info@europeana.eu is another option. As you might have noticed from the pop-up at the beginning of the session, it's recorded. And it's recorded because not everyone can join throughout the day. And we got a lot of requests from people who would like to rewatch the sessions, share them later. So this will be possible. After the gala, you'll get the recap email with the sessions and with all the resources and additional things that we might be able to offer following the discussions, comments, and everything we discover throughout this day. And a very important thing, as a small team working very hard and loving what we do, we want to do our best and deliver events which are truly meaningful and great for our audience. And the only way to do it is, and to improve, is to receive feedback. So every time you close your Zoom window, you will get a little questionnaire. And we'll be very grateful if you could feel it, because like this, for the next edition of the festival and for all the other online events that we are organizing, we know what's there to improve, and we can know better what you need and what you would like to see and learn about. I will start by introducing our first session of today. So yesterday we've learned a lot about how to do things, but we are here to do things with openly licensed cultural heritage content. And finding this content online, knowing whether you can use it or not, giving credits, it's not always obvious. And my co-organizers, Douglas McCarthy and Medhavi Gandhi, will help you with it. So after this session, you'll know a lot of sources of openly licensed collections. Hopefully you'll know whether you can use the material that you found. And you hopefully will get inspired to search through those collections and use them for your work, but also for your festival entry. Medhavi and Dak, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Hi, everybody. This is Medhavi joining in from India.
Hi, everybody. I'm Douglas from Europeana, and thanks for joining us today.
So today, as Alex just mentioned to all of you, we are diving into a day of knowing what to do, where to find things, and how to start creating, right? Often today, in today's highly charged social media climate, we often find images in Twitter threads, on Pinterest, on Facebook. Can we use these images? Which images can be used for creating stories for the Digital Storytelling Festival? These are some of the things that we are going to start addressing today. But first, we want to hear from you. So let's look at the next screen. Pay attention, look at the screen carefully. There will be some poll questions for you. So answer that as to what best you think. In this image, you see the National Museum of India has shared an image from their collection. It seems absolutely all right to use, right? It's on Twitter for the world. It's a really old collection item. And we are always almost used to seeing these shared by people who are enthusiastic about cultural heritage, also museum professionals themselves. When I look at this image, do you think I can just use this and write a blog piece? Can I make a short social media post on my own social media handle using this image? What do you think? Answer the poll. We'll wait to hear from you, and then maybe I can ask my colleague Doug to help us with understanding if we can use this. Interestingly, we're doing this because one of the early conversations that Douglas and I had when we just had started to know each other on Twitter, we had a conversation about what the Heritage Lab does and how we try to make these collections from India's museums visible on the internet and usable and accessible. And honestly, at that time, these words were too deep for me to understand. So this has been a personal journey also of understanding how we use these images, where to check for licenses. And the next image is also pretty similar in terms of the confusion it might cause. So this is on Pinterest, one of the most popular ways of finding images. This has been posted by an auction site, and it's clearly with the intention of sharing and spreading word. This is again an old, it's created 200 years ago. So can we use this work of art in maybe creating a GIF, creating a meme? What can we do with it? Again, I'm going to request you to just sort of share your answers to the poll questions again. What is your first instinct? Do you hit the download button? What do you do?
So, as you will have guessed, I'm sure, the answer, there's often no easy right answer. It's often very hard to know when you see images online what you can do. Can you do anything, in fact? And so the detail kind of really matters, and it's complicated. Copyright is hard. So what Medhavi and I are going to do in this session with you today is show you some of the very easy, great resources where you can find open access content that's free to download, free to reuse for your projects, for your stories, for your creative things that you're doing, whatever you want to do, that don't require you to read anyone's long terms of use, give yourself a headache trying to work out copyright. So we wanted to highlight with you some fantastic open access content, particularly from the museums, libraries, galleries and archives world of cultural heritage, to give you some practical resources and also to inspire you with some of our favourite cool collections. So this is our agenda. Here is our friendly quokka looking on. So what is open access content? Let's just make sure that we have a shared definition together. Where can you find it? How can you use it? And then we'll have some Q&A, I hope, later in the session. As always, feel free to use the chat liberally. And if you have particular questions or things that you would like Medhavi and I to cover together, then please use the Q&A to do that.
The good news is that today a lot of the gallery, library, archives and museums, what we call as GLAMs, do publish their collections online with a license for reuse. And these licenses are mostly CC0, CC BY, CC BY SA. These licenses help us to reuse the collection items in any way that we want to, as long as we stay within the conditions that the museum or gallery GLAMs have specified, really. So yeah, this is a great time to create stories, and be as creative as you can be. We have some inspiration for you today to look at, but open access really means that right from using these in a video or audio podcast to making memes or writing a long form editorial or creating reels, you can really go, you can really explore the depths of creativity using these works, these open access works. And so today, my colleague Douglas will also take us on a world tour. So I think that's the happier news, that's the better news of all these institutions that do give us collections to use.
So this is the global picture of what we call Open GLAM. So that's open access to galleries, libraries, archives and museum collections, usually digital collections. The good news, as Medhavi shared, is that actually now there is more open access content from GLAMs than ever before. There is an amazing range of really high quality and diverse content that you and I, everybody, can download and use for whatever we want to do. There are over 80 million, in fact, if you like counting things, openly licensed museum collections available from over 1,400 institutions. Now, in case you're wondering, how do we know this? Well, this is the answer. For the last 4 years, my friend and colleague, Dr. Andrea Wallace of the University of Exeter in the UK, have been managing a crowdsourced survey which lives in a gigantic spreadsheet we call the Open GLAM survey, that really tracks, records and makes available the information about which institutions in which countries have released open access data, so collections that we can all freely reuse. And the survey, if you're interested in really taking a deep dive into this picture, is linked here, and it's also backed up quarterly on the Internet Archive. A brief mention of Creative Commons licensing and copyright, because it's a really foundational piece of information in this space. On screen here is a nice graphic from our friends at Creative Commons that illustrates the different legal tools and licenses that many creators, many museums and many people around the world use to label and attach to their material. Now, on the left hand side is a very happy sunny space where we see the public domain and the open licenses. Now, if you see the public domain mark, which is on the far left hand side, that means that the object which is labeled like that is in the public domain all around the world, and you can download it and use it liberally for whatever you want to do. Next to that you have the Creative Commons CC0. This is just as liberal in that the institution, for example the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, has decided that even if it has some rights or copyright in a particular photograph or another digital file, it is giving them away, it's waiving its rights and letting you freely reuse the content itself. Now, the last two open licenses from Creative Commons, which I'm sure that many of you are familiar with, are the attribution license, CC BY, which requires you, as someone that uses that, to credit the source, and we'll cover this later on today, and the CC by SA that also requires you to credit the creator, for example, a museum or a photographer of the image, but also to share alike SA, that's what that stands for, to in the way that you create something from the work that you're using, that you share it alike, you share it on the same terms as the person that's licensed it. Now, on the right hand side, we have what we call closed licenses. Now, these are things that have limitations that say you cannot make derivative works, for example, remixes from the material, or NC, non-commercial. You can only use it for non-commercial purposes. You can't sell posters, for example, and variations on that which combine these restrictive non-commercial, no derivative, sometimes both, these closed licenses. In the open GLAM world, so in the cultural heritage space, the licenses on the left-hand side, CC BY SA, and of course the tool CC0, public domain mark, they are open, but the closed licenses, the ND, the NC, flavor, are not considered to be open access. So that's just an important detail to keep in mind. If you see that, if you see NC or ND, one of these closed licenses, just be cautious, because that has much more restrictions on what you can do with the thing that you're looking at.
So basically what I'm also understanding from all of this is that free access means that you can see the art, but not all the art that you see is the art that you can use. So if something is online, doesn't necessarily mean that you can download it and create something with it. And that all these licenses that Douglas just explained are just going to help us know what we can do with something that we see online. Open access is the one that allows us to reuse. Thank you for explaining that, Douglas. We'll just go ahead to sort of see that the Open GLAM survey that Douglas introduced, that was created by Dr. Andrea Wallace and himself, really helped us create two different tools on the Heritage Lab. The Heritage Lab website was initially to just share the backstory of images that were free access, images that you could see online and get the backstory of it. But it helped us create the Heritage Lab Open and an art meme maker, which only uses openly licensed Indian artwork. So let's just look at what this is. Let me go to the next slide. And with PHL Open, what happens is that we've just taken all the openly licensed Indian cultural heritage material. So you'll find this all on Europeana, Wikimedia Commons, and everywhere else. But we have just collected Indian cultural heritage material for everybody to use. If you just see the next slide, on an object image, you will see, this is just a zoomed in version of the things that you will see. You'll see wiki details. So when you hit details, you'll get a really high resolution image of this image, and also other resolutions that are available. And also a little description that the museum might have provided, and it's only on Wikipedia for it to be translated or available in any other language. There's a little button on featured on the Heritage Lab. So in case there's a backstory about the object, it'll also be on the Heritage Lab. The good thing the next slide, if we go to the next slide, we'll also see that this is our favorite website where we get a lot of our inspiration from.
Thanks, Medhavi. So Europeana.eu is the entry point to over 50 million digital objects from over 3,500 museums all across Europe and beyond. And we hope that it provides easy and inspiring access to cultural heritage, and it's also accessible in 24 languages. So you can change the navigation, you can search, you can browse in all of the working languages of the European Union. And also good news from this audience's perspective, I hope, is that over 25 million digital objects on Europeana are available for free reuse, as we described a moment ago. So you can download, you can use material for your creative projects very freely and easily. Here is a little detail as a screenshot that I made a couple of days ago. When you're searching through Europeana, one of the things that we've been working hard on and listening to audience feedback is to make the filtering, for example, as useful and as friendly as possible for you, because everyone knows when there is a huge amount of data, like going into a gigantic clothes shop or a record store, sometimes that can be a little bit overwhelming because there's too much choice. But don't worry, the filters on Europeana are here to help. So the first one that I've highlighted is, can I use this? Always on the right hand side in Europeana, when you're searching, when you're browsing, you'll see the filters. And with this one, you can select yes. Can I use this? Yes means open access material. There are no conditions, no kind of caveats. You don't need to email the museum. You can download it. You can freely reuse it direct from Europeana. Good news. Now, if you want to dial into a little bit more detail, we also have a filter, which I've highlighted here again, on the specific rights statement. So I've chosen, can I use this? Yes. Now I'm seeing public domain mark, CC0, CC BY and CC BY SA. Those legal tools and licenses that we talked about a few moments ago. So this is useful because it shows you which of the open material that you want you need to attribute CC BY and or share alike on the same term, CC BY SA. And there are more filters. You can filter by the country of origin, the institution itself, so those 3,000 plus museums. Like, you don't want to go through a big list, you can just start typing and filter it right down. Particularly useful if you know what you're looking for. And you can also filter the content by file format. Do you want 3D? Do you want an image? Are you looking for another kind of data, digital object? You can do that. And there are more filters, so we hope you like using them. We're always open to feedback as well, so feel free to use the feedback button or just reach out to us afterwards. And we also offer one-click download. So here is a very beautiful kimono. I've highlighted at the bottom here two things. The download button, just click that and it will prompt a download for you to your desktop, for example. And also on the left-hand side, circled in blue, is the rights statement, so public domain here in this case. Every single digital object on Europeana has a rights statement, even if it's closed, even if it says in copyright or non-commercial. There will always be very, very clear what the license, what the rights statement is. That's great because you know what you can do. So we're happy with that. And the share button, thinking of particularly our social media active friends and colleagues. If you want to share something cool that you found from Europeana, again, just click that, put it out on Insta, on Twitter, Facebook, whatever you want. And as I said, there are over 25 million open access items on Europeana, so we're hoping that will keep you busy and satisfied for a while.
And it's really interesting that someone just mentioned on chat about photogrammetry. So there are a lot of 3D models on Sketchpad, and Sketchpad has a partnership with a lot of museums that do license their content freely. That includes Smithsonian, Cleveland Museum of Art. So if you want to create a story that's using 3D objects and a different level altogether, you can absolutely feel free to go to sketchpad.com to get these CC0 materials that are not in 2D but in 3D. So that's an interesting picture again. Just so many possibilities with 3D models also, especially if these are sculptures and objects and not paintings.
And the quality of these items is getting better all the time. I found this bee turn. I just couldn't resist dropping it into our presentation. So if you haven't already, definitely check out Sketchfab and expect hours to go by as you start looking at 3D. Now, in addition to Europeana, there are many other great aggregators of cultural heritage all around the world, many of whom are our kind of friends and colleagues, and we partner with them to do things. One of which is Japan Search. It's a really great website. I put the link in here, and these slides, of course, will be shared with you. Currently offers over 1.2 million items that are free to download, free to reuse. Whenever I get 5 minutes, I absolutely love browsing Japan Search and see what they're doing, see what I can find, see what's new. Here's just a quick screen grab that I made. Like Europeana and like a lot of museums and aggregators too, they also have a label for the right statement on the license next to and on the page of every item. So again, makes it really easy to understand what you can and can't do with particular objects that you might want to use in your stories.
And then there is the Flickr Commons. And again, with Flickr Commons, there are institutional partnerships. So a lot of institutions have released their work on Flickr Commons. And but there's this interesting note over there with each image that says no known copyright restrictions. So if you're using something from Flickr, be aware that no known copyright restriction is not equal to copyright free. This is a slightly ambiguous term that suggests that the institution is not aware of any copyright issues, so you can use it. But a good idea is that, oh, that's a cute image, right? And if you want to use that image, you'll see that little no known copyright restriction note in blue on the right side. Maybe just use the same license in your creation, in your caption, and attribute it and highlight that this image was something that has no known copyright restrictions. Just to clarify that this is not the same as CC0 or CC by SA.
Another great source that you might be familiar with is Unsplash, which covers much more than cultural heritage, but does include museums. This is really useful if you want to, for example, use open access and contemporary photography as part of your story, because often we know blogs that we're writing, resources that we're creating, stories that we're making need and can use and benefit from material which isn't just from the cultural heritage world. So Unsplash is great for that. Over 2 million free high-res images for you to browse and download. Integration with WordPress. If you have a WordPress blog, I think there's a nice plugin where you can search for Unsplash content within your WordPress site and easily kind of insert it. So that's nice. And there are an increasing number of GLAM organisations, including Europeana, on Unsplash. This is Birmingham Museums Trust from the UK, a pioneering city museum that has CC0, I think since 2019 from memory. And they are, like a lot of museums, starting to present their open content on platforms which are not their own websites or even aggregators, because they know Unsplash is where a lot of people are going, designers, photographers, writers, to look for freely reusable content. So it's a smart strategy from the museum perspective to get your material where other people are already looking. So check out Unsplash if you haven't already.
And then there is Wikimedia Commons, which is one of our favorite platforms. And the interesting thing about Wikimedia Commons is that it is not just institutions putting up their cultural heritage material collections with a license, but also visitors who go to museums or galleries can actually put up pictures and license them for everybody else. So it's really nice to take a look at images that may not have been licensed out by an institution, but has been clicked by somebody else. But again, the important thing there is the attribution. We have put out a little attribution here, and we will cover it in the next few slides also about how to attribute, but it is important to also credit the photographer, the creator who uploaded it to Wikimedia Commons. mostly all content on Wikimedia Commons is available for use, but it's nice to just check whether it is CC by SA or CC by, just the attribution terms is something to look at and confirm before using it for publishing.
Absolutely. And just like Unsplash, many GLAMs, many museums, libraries, archives are publishing content directly to Wikimedia Commons as well, to reach people who are very active in the Wikimedia projects. So Medhavi and I have been busy preparing for this session, and one of the things that we've been doing is working on presenting open collections by theme over on the Digital Storytelling Festival Medium publication, which I'm sure early on day 2 that you're familiar with already. If you didn't join us yesterday, please follow the link here and check it out. This is where we share and present everything to do with the Storytelling Festival, how to enter, who's involved, what the time frame is. So please go there and check it out. And part of what we're doing for this year's festival, our second year, is to put together medium stories that link to and talk about open collections, free to reuse, but by theme, as a kind of wayfinder, hopefully a helpful navigation that makes our life and your life easier. So a couple of examples. We have an article sharing folklore collections, open collections from all around Europe, particularly from Europeana. We have another story highlighting open content around green issues, the environment, nature, natural history. There's some amazing natural history content out there. We have another article on diversity and inclusion. Of course, it's a subject of importance and increasing interest in the museum field and beyond. So there's a story about there. And we also have a story around inspiring open collections connected to women's history. So open access content around women's history from all over the world. And Medhavi and I had a special collaboration where we put together a list of some of our favourite open collections that communicate Indian cultural heritage. And on that theme, we challenged ourselves each to pick only one, which was hard, from 1400, only one of our favourite cool kind of open access collections to briefly share with you today. Medhavi, talk us through your choice.
Yeah, I chose the Welcome collection because it has been my, it's the one that I first go to because the Welcome collection covers a range of collections. It's not just pictures, there's also art, there is also photographs like, little painting of an architectural element from one of our monuments here in India. So there's really like a range of visual cultural material at the Welcome collection. And like we mentioned on the slides, it's got so many, but in India we'd say 1 lakh plus open access images. So that's really great to see. And the Welcome collection has themes within satire, within health, there is just a lot of inspiration right there. So I'd completely recommend checking them out.
Thanks, Medhavi. My choice, this is from the North Island of New Zealand. This is the Sargent Gallery, which is I think, relatively small, medium-sized collection, but absolutely fascinating range of photography, art. My background is art history, so I'm biased. I'll be honest about that. I love high-quality open access art collections. And I think collections like Sargent Gallery really demonstrate how you can just browse some of these images, the painting on the left, that photograph of a sculptural bust on the right-hand side, and immediately they're really evocative. You think, wow, as Beth did in our creative writing workshop yesterday, I think you could pick one of these images and challenge yourself for 3 minutes or 5 minutes or however long, write some words down, some thoughts about it, create a story from it, because these are really often beautiful, fascinating objects that just are waiting for you to be discovered and to be reused. I picked another couple from Sargent Gallery. This is from around 120 years ago. This is a photograph documenting a flood in a town on the North Island. Here's a really beautiful butterfly, so a great natural history collection at the Sargent Gallery, full of things like this. And a portrait. So what would be this woman's story? What period is this? Why was this image created? What's happening here? There are all kinds of things which you can spark and inspire your stories and your creative drive. And speaking of stories, if you're wondering and you're looking for some examples and hopefully some inspiration, then we at Europeana, with our many amazing partners over the last 12 years now, have been very busy writing, publishing online blogs, exhibitions, often in many different languages, on all kinds of different topics and themes. If you'd like to check out our archive, have a browse, read having a coffee, then please go to the Europeana website and pick out the stories page up in the top navigation. This is your gateway into our full editorial archive. All of the text that we and with our partners have published is licensed on open access terms. Just needs attribution, so that's good. You can do that. And many of the manuscripts, photographs, maps, things that you'll see that illustrate these stories are also available on open access terms. Here I just have a couple of screen grabs from the stories page. This is a little group that we put together all around Islamic heritage, the blogs talking about the history of the Hajj pilgrimage, traveller and scholar Ibn Battuta, medieval art in the Alhambra. So on the stories page you'll see these little pockets of content and themes that we present, and we regularly update to give you an access point into the material. And just two more, plants and animals, which are featured quite heavily in today's presentation. We have lots of content there, and also here is a selection about artists painting and depicting life in the early 20th century, painting the modern world, we call it. So please check out our stories page, dive in there, see what you can find, and always please let us know if you've enjoyed it, because we'd love to hear from you.
And we are really fond of telling these stories that connect poetry, literature, everything together with a little bit of art, of course. That's the main thing, right? So if you will, there are also some stories on the Heritage Lab that you might find interesting, ranging from stories about places and cities to traveling artists who came to India. So for instance, we use open access art to sort of share little backstories about the places that artists from Europe painted while their travels within India. There are also stories about theatre personalities, about love, romance, ancient poetry, and we mix it up with a little bit of material and books that we find on the archive.org. There is a section called Open Access where you find the book as well as some paintings. So if you decide to do something to remix and create, that would be great too. And there are different formats that we use. Some are long form editorial and photo essays. But if you see the next slide, you'll see something new that we've been experimenting with, which is very familiar to users of Instagram. These are called photo stories. So these are usually swipe stories. And the challenge on swipe stories is to use about 12 to 15 words per slide while using a photo. So if we go to the next slide, you'll just see an example. And I really try to keep within 12 words, but it's not always possible. But this is the format. So if you want to create something using a Canva or an Instagram itself, you can send those links in to us during for your entry at the Digital Storytelling Festival as well. We'll see how we can say these.
Earlier we talked about attribution and crediting. Credit where credit is due is my motto here. It's always nice to credit your sources, a photographer, an artist, a writer, a museum, a library, whoever it is. I think it's just a nice thing to do online. So here is a brief guide on crediting your sources. What you see on screen here is Creative Commons and their guide about how to give attribution. Now, it's worth noting that a condition of all of the Creative Commons licenses, so think back to CC BY or CC BY SA, for example, a condition of using all of those is that you give credit, you attribute the source, so the museum, for example, where the image comes from. Now, you can use Creative Commons license materials happily, as long as you follow the license conditions. So, just take care, be aware of what the particular license conditions are. Is it just attribution, or is it also share alike? And follow along with those requirements. And also worth saying that with the public domain mark or CC0, now attribution is not required there, so you don't have to do it in a kind of legalistic sense. No one's going to come after you if you don't give credit there, but it's a nice thing to do. If you are a creative of any type or a GLAM institution and you've released content with the public domain mark or CC0, you've already shown that you have a very kind of generous policy, that you want to contribute to a bigger public domain commons of material for people to use and to enrich the world. And so if I'm using something that's CC0 or a photograph that's public domain mark, I'll always credit it. I'll always try to link back also to the source, because that just completes a kind of nice relationship, a sort of happy dynamic where someone's given something away, on open access terms, which is fantastic, and it's just a nice thing to do if you can then credit them back. And we know from many of our colleagues working in these institutions that they always love to see their material being reused. They're really curious about where it's appearing in Wikipedia articles or blogs or other kind of cool creative projects. So even when you don't have to credit and attribute your sources, because it makes you a nicer person. And here is an example. So our friend and runner-up in one of the categories of last year's festival, Larissa Bork here. This is her story that's submitted by her and colleagues at the Sörmlands Museum in Sweden. And I zoomed in here to show you how Larissa and colleagues credited this image from their museum in their story. You see the title of this rather beautiful painting. I think you see the name of the artist, the name of their museum, and there we are, CC BY SA. So this is a really clear, nice example of how to credit what the picture is, who it's by, where it comes from, and what the license is. So 10 out of 10 Larissa and colleagues at the Sörmlands Museum. Nice example to follow. At Europeana, we tried to make this as easy as possible. So you'll remember that I showed you the download button in Europeana for all of that open content, all those 25 million plus items. Now, whenever you click the download button and you download something from Europeana, you're going to see this. Here we have presented for you, and you just click on this text in the middle with the grey box, and that will go to your clipboard. I mean, what could be easier? This is the credit information to say thank you if you're attributing and using this anywhere else on the web. So we have, again, title of that work, source, Rijksmuseum here in the Netherlands, and public domain, and a link, so the URL for the particular item. So at Europeana and many of our colleagues around the cultural heritage space, we're trying to make crediting and attribution more common, and therefore we make it easier for people to do. So thank you. We've talked through open content, where to find it, how to credit it, things to look out for. Medhavi and I thank you and very much welcome your questions.
There is an interesting question from an anonymous attendee who asked, what about the practice of some GLAM institutions to claim copyright on images which they created by scanning public domain printed images in their collections? That's a lot of GLAM. Doug, what about the practice? But that should be a different session altogether, I would say. Maybe we create a digital story on it.
Yes, thank you for the question, anonymous attendee. It's very welcome. Just to make a brief comment on this, I mean, you're absolutely right that this is still very common. You see it all the time in the GLAM space in the world. In fact, non-open access is, 11th of May 2022, still much more common in digital museum space, even for, as the question says, with out of copyright or works which are never in copyright in the first place, public domain collections. And there are all kinds of reasons for this. One being that copyright law around the world is not consistent. It's extremely complicated. Also, there are incentives that many museums have, or habits that they see or are worried about. Kind of open access means that they might lose control about what people do, what they can do, what they will do around their collections. Many museums, particularly after the pandemic period, are struggling financially because visitor numbers, of course, went down, and so the need or desire to generate revenue from trying to license these public domain collections is still there, and often they use a copyright claim in order to do that. So without saying any more, there are a lot of structural and behavioural reasons why there isn't as much open access as we would like. But the good news story, I think, from one of our opening slides is that this is changing slowly, and it's getting better. So we keep our fingers crossed.
Another question from Britta is, I am still not sure how to find specific content on Europeana. Let's say I want things and photos connected to city life in Berlin around 1900. How do I search for that in an efficient way? It's a little bit complicated, but maybe you can give some tips, Doug.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Britta. So the ocean of data that you can access in Europeana, those 50 plus million objects, of course, come from, as we said, institutions all over Europe. Now, one of the things that means is the descriptive information or the metadata of those objects isn't just in, and often mostly is not in English at all. So one of the things that we work really hard on, particularly with our technical and R&D colleagues at Europeana, is making our services as multilingual as possible. Now, one of the, in the example that you gave, I'm just going to look at that question again, around Berlin. So you have a geographic location, you have the name of the city, Berlin itself. That would be something, of course, that you would search for. If you are interested in photographs, you could use you could add photos or photograph as part of your search terms in order to try and limit that down further. You could use the images filter that I mentioned earlier to further narrow down your search results. And then really it's a question of experimenting and trying different things. So you might try city as a search term in English, but then, I'm not sure which country or which languages you speak, but you may also want to try that search term, for example, in German, or to use the country filter to have only material from German sources. So, as Alex suggested, it is complicated. There's a lot of trying and trying again. A combination of search terms, filtering, and hopefully that's going to take you, as you say, to an efficient way to finding what you're looking for.
I think it's also worth mentioning that the date is quite of a problematic thing with the metadata, because often you get the date of the item being digitized rather than created. And this can be very confusing, and this is something to be aware of. And we would like to make it better, of course, over time, but it also depends on the material and the metadata we receive. So there is also, out of what Doug said, when you find an item which is good, you can also use similar items. And this is kind of a way to branch out and see the stuff that is similar and can bring you a little bit further. So it's always a little bit of a detective work, but the more you do it, the better you become. Another anonymous question: how do you save interesting objects you come across?
More good news. There's a lot of good news in this session, which I like. Great question. All you need to do is create a Europeana account. You'll see that in the top right hand side of the website navigation. I think it's login, register. It takes a couple of minutes. Once you've got your Europeana account linked to your email address, then you can save liked items that you see when you're searching, when you're browsing. There's a little heart symbol you click on to then kind of favorite it, that you can reference later. You can also create your own public, or maybe just private if it's for, you don't want other people to see it, maybe it's for research purposes, galleries. So these are kind of sets of objects that you find in Europeana. We see people using this a lot. So if they're working on a book project, they'll say chapter 1, birds of New Zealand, and they start putting images into those sets. Then they make another gallery, chapter 2. So check out the Europeana account, set one up for yourself, start liking items, maybe making galleries. It's a really useful tool. So I hope you enjoy it.
And Medhavi for other websites, because on Europeana it's quite simple, and we see it being used a lot for really a lot of different projects. But Medhavi, do you have tips for searching and saving results from other sites?
Well, we use Pinterest. We have a board called Open Access, which is a locked private board. So if we find open access things, we save it there. That could be an interesting thing to do as you go along. Create your own public board or private board. Use tools to sort of share and exchange open access images. A lot of institutions also use Pinterest. So if you know that the Met Museum has open collections, and you can sort of just use that, and they even specify it sometimes in the pin description. That also means that the collection is more widely searchable through Google. I know someone mentioned that because a lot of times these search results, the Wiki Commons or Pinterest, these kind of search results do pop up in the first few instances. And about saving collections, otherwise on the website, we don't do that yet.
Thank you, Medhavi. Another question, which is a little bit complicated, so let's see what we can do with it. So how does it work with CC licenses? This is from Sandra. When you're changing the medium. So you are, for example, using a poem or a piece of music found on Europeana. And then the question is, am I also allowed to read it for a podcast or include an audio file in my blog? Or do I need to find out the audio rights with someone else if the creator has not been dead for 70 years or so? That would be her first impulse. What do you say, Doug and Medhavi?
I can take a run at that. Excellent question, Sandra, and welcome back for day 2. It depends, of course, on the license that we're speaking of. If it was the attribution license, CC BY, which we discussed earlier, then the use that you suggested, referencing it in a podcast or including an audio file in your blog, would be fine. as long as you credit the source, as we talked about earlier, with share-alike license, so CC by SA, then that becomes a little bit more complicated, because the way that the form in which you are sharing it needs to align and satisfy the terms of how the creator has presented it. So this isn't maybe the moment to go too deep into the weeds on that, but the most useful thing to do is, of course, to check which particular, of course, open license it is, and then to act accordingly. And that how to attribute your sources resource on Creative Commons, and they have a load of really other great resources about these kind of scenarios, lots of FAQs, so please definitely check that out. You're welcome. And I liked someone's comment, ask a librarian. Asking a librarian is always good.
It sounds like a campaign idea, though. Ask the librarian campaign, hashtag.
Totally.
But I also just want to say, I was looking through the comments as well in the chat, and there is a mention that we should spread more awareness so that more people know beyond glam stuff. That is the idea, really. And we just hope that individually, when each of us are using attribution practices and using open content on social media and other forms of storytelling, we will end up maybe setting an example or a trend, or people will invariably notice that maybe that's how we're supposed to do it. That I think that's just an individual effort also, because by the very nature of social media, attributions are complicated. So it's nice to just start doing it, and maybe we'll end up inspiring people when they see these stories on Medium and how they're attributed.
That's a very good point, Medhavi. And maybe, Dag, just for the end, before we wrap up, you could tell a few words about how we go about receiving submissions with the licensing problems. Because while your explanations were excellent and there is everything you need to, there are still always issues because this is so complex. So just to give a little bit of hope and encouragement, Doug, if you could say a bit of how we work with the submissions we receive.
Yeah, sure thing, Alex. Great idea. So when you, as I hope many of you will, submit a story, an entry for this year's festival, from now until I think 12th of June, again, check out the Medium, it has all the information about how to do this. Then behind the scenes, many of the people who you've seen today and yesterday are busy reading, reviewing everything that you've sent to us. And one of the things that we really look for, as Alex suggested, is that the objects, the things that you're including within your stories are genuinely open access, because that is it's a fundamental kind of element of the whole festival. It's all about celebrating the open content and the collections which we some of which we shared today. So when you're preparing your stories, as I know you will, pay close attention, look out, for example, for the CC0, the public domain mark, CC by SA, and make sure that you're using, and of course crediting, open access sources within your stories. But rest assured that after the submission, during and after the submission process, behind the scenes, we will be reading everything and double checking that everything is open as it should be, and we will share feedback with you as necessary during that process. So we're on your side, and we can't wait to see what stories and amazing open content you use in the festival this year.
One last thing, can we see the results of the polls? Asking Elna.
I hope so. I haven't. I've got to admit, I haven't seen them myself yet. Maybe we can share it when the session wraps up. Maybe on using the DigiStoryFest hashtag on Twitter, or maybe before the beginning of the next session. We'll find a way.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
We look forward to your stories.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Medhavi, for sharing all these resources, for showing us how we can use all this open heritage. And I think we can move now to the next session, where we will learn what we can do with all that fantastic heritage that Medhavi and Douglas showed us where to find. I hope really that the licensing is more clear now. And let's do some gift making. It is my great pleasure to introduce you to our next speaker. You know her already as a driving force behind this festival. My dear friend and colleague, Aleksandra Strzelichowska. Alex is our senior online marketing specialist at Europeana, and she's passionate about coming up with new creative ways of engaging people with culture, as she is a firm believer that art and culture are for everyone. And one of such fun ways of engaging with culture is by gift making. Alex and I, since 2018, I think, are organizing Gift It Up, which is this annual gift making competition. And every year, we are quite amazed by all the funny, brilliant gifts that participants come up with, and also how the gift makers are always excited about creating and sharing their animations of digitized cultural heritage material. So we hope that during this session, you will also discover this joy of animating culture. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maggie. And yes, thank you for this introduction. If I could choose my own job title, I would name it Chief of GIF, because to me this medium is really fantastic for showing culture to people who you might think are not into it. But before we really start, I would like to know, how are you today? So pick the number of the gift that represents your mood today. Tell me where from you are joining. And very important, do you pronounce GIF as a gift, or GIF? I really like the amount of let's go. By the way, if you are in this kind of stuff, we have a great exhibition about Napoleon, curated by Maggie, by the way. So if you are into this kind of stuff, please check it out. I see a lot of GIF, but still a few GIFs. So this is interesting. It will always remain an issue. And congrats everyone for sharing your real mood, but congrats as well for analyzing 4 pieces of cultural heritage from different times and different countries and different institutions, which are animated, doing it in a couple of seconds and without even knowing it. So this is the way I like to think about GIFs. It's inserting just a little bit of culture and a little bit of fun in people's lives without really forcing them to think, hey, this is art, I am analyzing an artwork, whoa. This is a valid way to looking at art, and working with GIFs doesn't exclude it at all. But this is for situations where maybe people wouldn't see an artwork or a piece of cultural heritage otherwise. That this is the way to show a GIF to someone and sneak a little bit of culture in their life. So things we'll explore today. We'll always see some GIFs on the screen, by the way. So this is for your fun and pleasure. So why GIFs? There will be simple GIF making techniques and ways to incorporate GIFs in a story. So just about that, this is not a technical session. We'll, after the session, provide you with materials to go into really details and like how to work with multiple layers and create complicated artistic stuff. But today we'll do simple stuff that you can do without any tools, without any previous knowledge, that you can do by yourself. You can do it people you work with, if you are like an educator or someone who works with groups, and something that you can think of quickly and also put together in a quick way and get published. Because of course, big institutions which are financed very well will have teams of designers and graphic teams, animators to work with them. But if you are a freelancer, a small institution, you can also take advantage of these techniques and do something that is maybe simple, maybe not perfect, but it's still fun and adds value to the way your audiences consume culture. So this is the mindset for today. Just be open, try. The more you practice and the more fun you have, the better the results will be over time. And very important thing, how to use and share GIFs online, because we are all about GIFs because they have quite a bit of power. While showing stuff online, we'll show ways how to get them seen and visible, where to publish it, and what are fun ways you can do it. So why GIFs? So this is the second most popular image format used on the internet after JPEG, which is funny because it's over 30 years old. It's quite simple, but somehow it works. And it works because it's easily shareable. It works across various platforms and websites. It works in the messaging apps. If you are like on Telegram or WhatsApp with your friends, you would know it. And there are those GIF keywords as well. And it works on the website, so it can be uploaded as an image, so kind of natively in your CMS, or embedded from another place. So there are multiple ways to use it. It's light as well, and it can be produced easily from many different things. And fun fact, Oxford Dictionary named GIF the word of the year in 2012, which in digital history is quite long ago, maybe, but it's very new in history of storytelling. And a GIF, for the attention span that people have now, can be a tiny story by itself. So as you see, this is one of the Give It Up submissions. It's just 2-3 seconds long, but it explains the story, and also in relation to the reality we faced just not so long ago. But it can be also a part illustrating a bigger story. It can play a variety of functions, so it can enrich conversations and narratives, so just kind of make the text more interesting, convey reactions, show important moments from history. So if you really need to show an essence, this is something that really grab attention for a couple of seconds. You can explain it later, but this is really to get someone to see what is the most important, and to illustrate things in a quick and simple way when you are mindful of the fact that people are on their phone, they will not scroll forever to see your stuff, and maybe they don't have enough context to kind of explore by themselves. This is also an art form, and making art and being creative, if, in my opinion, it's something that makes us feel better. It helps to kind of unwind, give yourself perspective, and also just see beautiful things in the world and being part of them. So for workshops, events, this is an art form that is accessible to everyone. And it's a way to incorporate culture and art in people's daily lives in a very smooth and low threshold way. So how does it work technically? So one image of the GIF, it's like a mini movie. It's one frame. Frames combined, it's a movement. So this is very simple. These are 3 pictures I just found from a photo session from Oslo Museum, I think, and I combine them. There is already a little bit of animation. So it starts from 2 frames that it moves. Of course, it can be more, but it's kind of up to you how you organize it. It always can remain very simple. So yeah, with the frames combined, you have this movement, and now we'll see a bit how and what things are on those frames for us to animate. So something that doesn't require any technical skills, but if you work with an already existing video, so this is quite important to make sure it's openly licensed. So it will be either old movies or newsreels, because audiovisual content is usually newer. But if you come across something older and you want to show really the essence of it, you can just cut out a few seconds and really get the point that is the most interesting for you. It can be used as an introduction or a summary of a longer video if it's something that you are aiming to show at some point while telling your stories. It can also be a way just to get people attention on social media, and then you will explain the story in a different way. A practical tip that I have. So when I work with videos, I usually have to watch it before selecting those interesting moments. So usually you will find more than one. So old films, newsreels are usually a couple of minutes long, sometimes longer. If you are at it and working with it, take time to watch it in one go and save a few GIFs. You can use them as an alternative for different situations or for different platforms, so that the audience doesn't see the same stuff all the time. But you can also just search for, I don't know, this was for Valentine's Day, but if there was something other interesting in this movie about the dance, what I would do, I would save it, bookmark it, and just have it for the future. Because in this way, you don't have to rewatch the original video all the time. So just practical kind of advice. And how to do it. So find an openly licensed video, not obvious for a video to be openly licensed. Watch, I call it a perfect loop. It's not always perfect, but if it's smooth, you will have a person watch it a couple of times, which is what we want. There is the software called Easy GIF. So you just upload your video, watch, select start time of your GIF and the end time, and you save it. And that's it. What you can also do is to adjust the speed. Sometimes changing the speed changes really a lot. So for example, for sports, often like an action which is very fast, if you slow it down, it shows much more detail, it makes it more interesting. If it's like a street scene, which is maybe a little bit boring, if you speed it up, it's fun. The same dance, speeded up, usually looks fun. So this is one technique, very easy with an existing video. Now we'll do something else. This is not with video, this is with images, so paintings, portraits. Throughout sessions yesterday, you heard that what makes the information a story is this emotional component, that people are touched by it and that it has an emotional impact. And actually, the aspect of expressing emotions is very powerful in the GIF world, because they are human, universal, and evergreen. So if you have a GIF with emotions, it can be shared by everyone, because everyone at some point will feel something. On socials, it works in the messaging platforms. It works in a bit of a similar way as an emoji, so it can either reinforce a comment or exist as standalone. It can be used when the language is a challenge. So when actually you are explaining to audiences who, for example, cannot read, like children, or people who speak a different language, or when you explicitly decide not to use words, for example, because you want the other person to tell the story and you just use this emotion as a prompt. And a fun example could be, for example, you give people a set of moods, a bit like we did the check-in at the beginning, and based on what they choose, you give them a story or an item from the collection which will match this mood. So this is something to think about and explore. And I have an easy way for you to test it, and we'll do it right now. So there is this nifty free online software called Cartoon Photo. Maggie will put it in the chat for you, I hope. And what you have to do is just to upload an image, a portrait. It will not work with everything. The image has to be kind of clear by itself from the beginning, but you can experiment a bit. You can just play with different emotions, save it. It's also possible to combine. And when you combine them, it's like the mood of someone is kind of changing, and then you really have like a few story which can be presented, for example, as a reaction to a paragraph of text you wrote. And here I have a little practical exercise for you. So actually open another tab, go to Cartoon Photo, find an open license portrait. Maggie will pop some pre-selected collections from Europeana so that you can use them, and create a GIF with the person on the portrait expressing how they would feel and react if they knew that millions of people would see them in 2022 as an animated GIF. You can share it on social media if you are brave with the Digistory Fest. And if you are up for it, there is a little bonus. You can also write what the person in question would say, whether they would be happy, whether they would say, oh no, I should wear something else, something more beautiful for people to see me. Or would they be like, I want to pay for it. So go for it. Let's take like 5 minutes for this practical exercise. If you have any questions, Q&A and the chat are there for you. So by this simple exercise, if you want, you can just keep on popping GIFs throughout the session. We'll collect them. We'll also share them on socials because it's really cool stuff. But by this simple exercise that you didn't even take 5 minutes to complete, you can call yourself GIF makers. Congrats about that. The next step would be, as I said, explore the context when to use the GIFs in your stories. If you want a longer story, if you want to keep it like this, we'll pass to next techniques. For some of them, there will be an exercise like this one. For some, I'll just explain, and then you can do it in at your own pace, in your own time, because there is a little bit more of fiddling and it takes time while we want to keep this session alive and dynamic. So a series of pictures. So there are very specific sets of content where actually the content already calls for being animated in this way. So these are the studies of motion by Edward Muybridge. This is a very interesting collection because actually it's something that started the studies of motion, kind of working with the video and animation historically, and he achieved this by just photographing different phases of movement. And just combining those pictures is one way to go, we'll see in a bit, but it's also an efficient way of showing multiple versions of the same thing in one go, for example. So if you don't want people to scroll or swipe for long, you are better off combining pictures and having person stay on the same screen for a couple of seconds and seeing it all. So it can be done as a little slideshow, for example, a few images by the same painter, or it can be something like movement or sequence of events from, for example, a sport event or an important historical event, or just smooth transitions like this one. And we have this Muybridge collection. We also have a collection of like funny morphing pictures, where the winner of the previous edition just spotted it and he was like, I don't need to think about anything for my story because those morphing pigs just call for being animated. So all I need to do is to crop the picture and animate them. If you go for our Medium, you can check this entry and kind of see how he got inspired, because he describes the process a little bit as well. So how to do it? Find a series of photos. So it can be something which is in a sequence, like the one that I showed by Muybridge, but it can be also just a big number of existing pictures of something or someone. So this animation of Darwin are just multiple pictures of Darwin that the person found. I will never forget this person, and it's again the Give It Up entry and this entry, because he had a very long list of images he used, and one of them was not open license. So I pointed that out, and he actually fixed it and like swapped the image. So this is also shows the attitude. But we also had gifts like the showing evolution. So for example, a person from a child to an older person, different portraits of the same person by different painters. If it's like a king or a queen, it can be a fun way to do it. Similar, like one artist showing different portraits of different people, kind of showing the same style by one artist. This would be also a way to go about that. And to achieve this result is either, if you have it in one big image, it would be just to crop it in individual images. Friendly and useful advice when cropping: number the images in the order, because with like motion and movement, the order changes everything. If they are individual, kind of curate and plan your order and also give them numbers. Then it's always easy. If you have to take something out, you are better organized in your work, especially when working with a lot of images and content. Again, the easy GIF maker is your friendly free tool. You can upload the images and animate. There's also an option to resize, because sometimes, of course, it's digitized content which was at some point on paper. It's not precise. You can resize so that the transitions are smooth, but even if they are not perfectly smooth, this is the charm of the medium, so just enjoy it. Another thing with a practical exercise upcoming are Giphy stickers. So Giphy, which is like the biggest website, search engine, and kind of platform and API for GIFs, has more and more tools which help you to create your own GIFs and work on the platform. They also have more and more kind of curation, sharing aspects to help raising the visibility of GIFs. So combining those two things, you can create from images that you found or the GIFs that you created using the previous techniques that we explained, GIFs with the stickers, which are already there for you. And you can take advantage of the trending topics. So you can access those trending topics on Giphy. If you have your own account, there is a dashboard. It will show you how your own GIFs are performing as a list. Also with the search term that was used to find them, so that you kind of get a feedback on what your content is performing well. And you have the trending ones. So here is a selection from yesterday, but interesting. Last week, I was looking at what was trending. I created this good night GIF, which is, yeah, the kind of a picture of a moon from Welcome Library. I added those two stickers, and yesterday it had over, yeah, almost 50,400,000 views. And it costed me around 30 seconds to make it happen. And of course, people typing good night in their messaging apps, searching for GIFs on Giphy, putting as comments on Facebook will use it. But if I want to tell a story on Europeana's blog, I also can embed this GIF in maybe a children's story or a blog. Someone working with children and education, having a class about different meanings and symbolism of the moon, again, can use it as kind of ending GIF or something like this. So this is kind of easy to do. And here is a little how-to, and we'll do again a practical exercise. So you can either find an openly licensed image, Maggie will put some collections for you, or use the GIF that you just made with the portrait. Go to Giphy's GIF-maker and play with stickers, filters, captions, everything that is there. When you are uploading, very nice thing and very important, Medhavi and Doug mentioned, you can link the source material. And this is something that we like, and this is something that we do also for Give It Up entries. Because like this, people can go see, yeah, the source material on the website of the institution it came from. And it's also a way, again, to give back because you use this content for free. So Giphy also has this content calendar, and for every day there is some kind of holiday or a date, and it's ranging from serious stuff, from like public holidays across different cultures, to a totally silly things, like a day of popcorn. But it doesn't matter, you have all the choice, all the days to choose from, and create a sticker GIF related to this day. So it can be something easy, Happy Easter. We created some Easter things lately. Again, it got like 3 million views overnight. It can be something silly, it can be a reaction, up to you. It can be also something artistic. So go and play, and again, you can put the links in the chat or on social media using the hashtag DigiStoryFest. Let's see, we can see how is it going in 5-10 minutes. We'll check in, but once you're ready, just post your content. So a little comment about using the content calendar. So now we are training, of course, with the random date that you are choosing, but some practical advice. It's usually good to upload a couple of days before the actual holiday. So 2, 3, a little bit more. And taking into consideration the weekend, because some of those GIFs have to be manually approved by the team at GIF-making. So that your work is not wasted if you do it on the same day. If you are like, oh, I am last minute, don't do it. Check the next one. Also, don't force yourself to jump on every trend existing. It makes no sense, and you will work too much and unnecessary. Not everything can go viral, but some things can perform well. So always, and with everything actually, with storytelling and sharing content, look whether it's relevant to what you do, what your collection is, what type of work do you do. Make a selection, and out of the selection you make, you are just doing your absolute best. And for everything which is on external platforms, so controlled by the algorithms, and yeah, something that you cannot really decide, there is a hit or miss. So you'll have a number of fails, and then something will be successful. So you should keep the mindset of just trying and experimenting with different things. I also have a few things that I made. I thought they were cool, but they totally didn't work out sometimes, also because there is an external event, I don't know, Super Bowl or something, that takes kind of the space that is there, which is limited. So don't give up, but keep in mind that everything you do with GIFs, it's quite quick to produce. So if you have a free moment, kind of get a habit of making it. And then over time, you'll have a little bit of more understanding what works for your channel and your socials and your audiences. What can be interesting in May, if you are working with culture heritage collections, May 16th, total lunar eclipse, so collections about astronomy, this kind of stuff. There are beautiful things that people haven't seen much. Love a Tree Day calls for work with different botanical images and kind of maybe in relation to climate. And yeah, as the GIFs have source links, you can use, of course, specifically the image you used, but if you have something larger, for example, like an exhibition, you can also link that if the credit to that specific image is on that exhibition or blog you are linking. So this is also a little tip, how maybe to bring some people to editorial content. The conversion rate, I would say it's not like very huge, because most of people really kind of use it as the way to express their emotions and use their stuff, illustrate their daily life. But there is a number of people who will click through. And those people, yeah, they are introduced to your website, and who knows what else they can do there later on. May 31st, National Smile Day. So all the smiles that you guys posted, you can tag on Giphy with National Smile Day, and they will be searchable and within probably a trending tag. So when you are publishing the GIFs, there is a space to tag. So I think Boss Lady, this is something that is actually used a lot. So if you put Boss Lady as 2 words and 1 word, go for it. People can find your GIF and your image. So you can continue posting your creations in the chat, on socials, if you want to send them later, if you want to submit it as a part of the larger story, as a digital storytelling festival entry. This is perfect as well. Think about it. The way it works technically, the submissions are actually medium stories. So if you are creating GIFs, you can embed them in just a couple of clicks within your story. You can leave a little bit of comment, narrative, credit, and you are done. So if it's something that you like doing, go for it. Susan, I'm sorry if you think you are a robot. you are certainly not. I think you will have to click a couple of times, but if you manage to make a GIF, share it at any point. In the meantime, I'll pass because we have a few things to explore, which are kind of fun. So color change is just a way to animate one significant part of an image. It's nice for things that are on, off, dark, light, kind of season cyclical changes, for example, leaves changing colors, day, night, light on, off, green, red light. And I wanted to introduce just piece of software which is quite powerful. For this action, you just need to make a couple of clicks of the button and then fiddle a little bit with your mouse to select the right area. But here is a step-by-step instruction. As I said, it takes a little bit of time, so we are not doing it live, but everything we are doing and exploring now will be sent to you in a recap. So the recording from the session, the slides, and all the additional resources, which we have a lot, including advanced kind of graphical design, artsy tutorials by a professional animator. So there will be ways to explore more. But just for this color replace, it's again, you change the color for every layer and you save them all, and the combination of that again in easy GIF will create this color change effect. So for example, in GIF It Up, we had like fashion pieces which someone just made that they changed the color of the coat or pants and the outfit. And this is just kind of funny to see how different versions of something work. Stop motion of paper. So this is a fun way to make things playful and give them this kind of vintage, whimsical and quirky aesthetic. So not always when working with culture at an institution, at an event, you will have a device to work on for everyone. So there are maybe not enough PCs or tablets while you have a group and you would like to do a storytelling activity with while using cultural heritage content. So this can work very well with children because it's digital as it comes from a website, but it's analog because you need to really print it on paper, play with it in an analog way while digitizing again. So it's a fun process by itself. And if you want to go beyond the simple GIF, you can also add a voiceover and create a little bit of video. So how to do it? So you need to find a few images, openly licensed as always, print and cut. There are a few apps which are free and work on smartphones and are pretty powerful and easy, both on Android and Apple, iPhone. So you need a background. So usually what works well, it's a paper sheet because then you can kind of secure it with a tape, but you can also go wild with your imagination and put it over the window or like landscape background or a table. You need to be shooting from above. So I don't have any professional equipment, so I put like a staple of books and have a phone like stick out a bit on one side. But if you have a tripod, because it's like for professional use, it's more than perfect. So the way it works with stop motion is you take a picture, you move your characters or scene, you take a picture again. So you can do it manually, but this is like hard work and it's imprecise. But if you have an app, you can set up the time and it will take the pictures automatically. So just to illustrate a little bit, so I have here people doing gymnastics on sun and moon. And this is how I created it. So I was just moving and fiddling. As you see, there's a piece of my table still visible. Then I cropped the whole image when I was done. And I removed the frames with my hands, which gives kind of a smooth effect. What can be nice if you are with bigger groups, children, in situations that you want to include and engage a lot of people at the same time, is to give a control of one object or a character to a person and then let them play and interact. In that way, everyone is training their collaboration, patience, and you kind of get everyone included and focused on this one thing. Again, once you have this kind of animated GIF, it can be downloaded as a video or as a GIF. You can upload it, tag it, and again, use for all kinds of situations as you would do with digital native and animated digitally GIF. About publishing and sharing. So making a GIF is still more work than just putting a image, and being aware of that, you want to kind of minimize the effort. So put it on Giphy and tag with like relevant and quite a lot of tags. So I would say choose the things which are relevant, between 5 and 10. You can always go back to your existing GIFs and add tags if you see something trending or something that you discover and we're not aware of. Or, for example, in another language can work as well. Use your own social media as a little preview. So, for example, the GIF I showed at the beginning with Napoleon, I can use it on my stories to promote the Napoleon exhibition. You can publish it as an element in editorials on the website. So either embedded on or not uploaded in the CMS. So once yesterday we had daily art. So once we created the story for daily art about Art Nouveau explained in GIFs. So the idea was to really explain the principles of Art Nouveau to people who are not like super into reading it. So every time it was just a couple of lines of text and a GIF that kind of shows the essence of that specific feature. Additional options on Giphy. Within Giphy, there is a tool that helps you make the background transparent, and like this you create stickers. And stickers can be used as an element to your other images. So for example, you can create a character which will return in your different iterations on Instagram stories because it's available there. You can make a sound and try this new thing called Giphy clips. So this is like a very tiny voiceover or music video. Again, fun if you have a GIF and you know of a suitable openly licensed sounds and music, or you want to do your own voiceover. This is a fun way to go about that. And about the visibility, so here's a GIF-it-up account and Europeanas, and you see the views are in millions and billions. And all those people using the GIFs, they are not like, oh, this is museum stuff, I am interacting with art, but they still see art and culture between Justin Bieber, Joey from France, Peppa the Pig, and it's the element of their life and reality. And whether you explain them that it's art, whether you want to give them more context, this is the next step. But the fact that art is in their life, I think it's already very cool. And about GIF-it-up, we already mentioned, but just a little recap. It's an annual GIF-making competition. It's every year in October. So if you start training now, you can be excellent and maybe even win. But use the Digital Storytelling Festival as an intermediate step and submit the story as well. It's in cooperation with partners across the world, offering openly licensed collections. Some of them mentioned already by Medhavi and Doug. This is great stuff to explore, so go and play. The website is gifitup.net. You can see previous submissions, different resources for gift making, open collections, and yeah, get inspired. And of course, our Giphy accounts are there for you also to get inspired. This is for later. So when you are checking the recording and the deck, I put the resources and a toolbox for you so that everything is there in one place. And thank you. It was such a pleasure to have you around.
Thank you, Alex. That was a great workshop. Unfortunately, we are at the time of break, so we don't have really time for questions, but I would like us just to take 5 minutes because Sandra asked a question on Q&A, and I think it's important just to share it with everyone. So she's asking, can you also add alternative text to GIFs? Like you can do with images for people who cannot see the GIFs themselves and use screen readers, for example.
So I don't think it's possible to do it on Giphy itself, but it's a good one actually to check out. So thanks for pointing that. When you are working with your own CMS or with a social media platform that has an alt text, so for example, on Twitter, there is always space, on Instagram, on Facebook, then you can do it. And then how I do it, I would say animated GIF, explaining, and then explaining the image. But a very good question and something to think about.
Yeah, I think it's very important to pay attention to the fact that not everyone can experience the web the same way. And we also try to encourage the competitors for the GIF Up to, for example, make the animation slightly slower, so it doesn't attack the viewer. Especially
yeah, this is something that is also very important, and great, Maggie, that you mentioned it. So like for people with epilepsy, risk of seizure, very blinking and kind of colorful yeah, animations are unpleasant to the eye. So while creating your animations, think about it as well, and also for everyone about the fact that they will see it for a moment on the page. Can this piece of content be seen for longer than a second without a person getting like a fatigue or getting nervous from the amount of movement that is there?
Exactly. Okay, I don't see any more questions. We are also at the time. I don't want to take your time from lunch break. Alex, thank you so much for this workshop. It was absolutely great. I always love hearing from you on GIF creations, and I hope all of you also enjoy the workshop. And we're really happy with your what you shared with us. Please share it also on social media if you can. We'll try to repost the images in our social media.
Hi, I'm Shumona Chakravarti.
I'm Shujan Mukherjee. We are from the museums team at DAG, and we are going to tell you everything we know about digital storytelling. DAG is one of the world's largest collectors of Indian modern art, and in 2019, a part of this collection was opened out to the public through two museum initiatives, Drishyakala in Delhi and Ghore Baire in Kolkata, India. As a museum that opened just a few months before the pandemic hit, digital storytelling became our only way to connect with our audience and build a community at the start. We started a project called Museum Stories, publishing 13 video stories on our Instagram account over 3 months.
To start this how-to video, we'll begin with the why we think stories matter, especially in the context of galleries, museums, and archives. Let's look at 3 paintings from our collection to attempt to answer this question. Usually, they sit in 3 separate galleries and we don't see the connections between them. But as we started weaving them together through our museum story Homebound, we started looking at the characters within these frames more carefully. In these images, we saw reflections of what we were seeing in the news around us in March 2020. Images of people fleeing their homes during the cyclone or taking a long and treacherous march home at the beginning of the pandemic. The story that came together through these images about our times immediately received an overwhelming response online, reaffirming to us why stories matter. They matter because they can help connect objects and artworks from the past to our present in powerful ways. They matter because they can help create new connections and interpretations that go beyond the set narrative of the museum. Stories also matter because they help us to connect to artworks at an emotional, personal, and sensorial level, going beyond what is obvious and connecting with the artwork at a more intimate and personal level. Seeing the image of this solitary woman and then listening to the story of Satarya Hemrom, who walked 1,800 kilometers to get home, forced us to confront this harsh reality. For us museum professionals, this is a rare and special connection that we hope our audiences can experience through the artworks.
How did we go about making these stories and what did we learn in the process? We hope some of these tips can help you on your own digital storytelling adventures. First, we took a long, hard look at our collection and tried to list all the micro stories we could think of. Within this larger narrative of the evolution of Bengal art, there were so many of these mini stories waiting to be told, of the women who were unseen, the animals who inhabit our world, the gods and goddesses who have their own intimate drama, or the travels of artists. The list went on and on. From this, we chose stories that we felt passionately about and that connected strongly to our times. We chose three artworks that would help us tell this story most powerfully. Then we reached out to others in our community who would feel as strongly as we did about these stories, inviting them to come on board as narrators. We then started writing, going through many versions. The beauty and the challenge of making 3-minute videos is that every word must add meaning, feeling, and rhythm to the story. The next step was recording and editing, which we kept fairly simple. We used basic tools like Windows Movie Maker and the narrators. They recorded their stories on their phones, emailed it to us. At the end of the week, we put all this together and were ready to publish on Instagram and, well, wait to see how people respond.
So, what did we learn about digital storytelling and how can you apply it to telling stories about artworks and objects? Firstly, try not to focus your story on conveying information. The objective of a story is not to educate the viewer or the listener, but to tap into their emotions and their imaginations. Start with the details and build up from there. Simply put, take your audience on a journey instead of getting directly to the point.
Let the images and texts work together to tell the story. Don't use the text to simply describe what's in the image, and don't let the image be a direct representation of the text. Each have their own language and can come together in beautiful ways to create a narrative that is greater than the sum of its parts.
Try different voices, different narrative styles. Don't talk about the objects like you usually do in a catalog or in a caption. Instead, think about a travelogue, a letter, or even a conversation between friends. Trying different voices and narrative styles will bring your objects to life in completely new ways.
Finally, and perhaps most importantly, digital storytelling allows us to collaborate with people across geographical divides. So, build stories together with people across borders, across disciplines. Our narrators added so much value to these stories. Their own practices, research, ideologies were reflected in these stories, and through them, we were able to reach their unique audiences and communities. There were people who may not have been interested in the art per se, but were interested in the diverse fields like partition history, feminism, poetry, travel, and through our collaborators, they found an entry point to our objects and collections. We will end with a short clip from one of our stories. You can find all of them on our Instagram handle, saved as IGTV videos. So enjoy and happy storytelling.
In episode 6 of DAG Museum Stories, titled Homebound, we look at the fragility of the idea of a home through artworks that echo some of the images from the news today. A woman leaves her house for work, carrying a heavy load on her head. The painter, Gopal Ghosh, used to cycle around the countryside, acquainting himself with the land and its people. He seems to have encountered a woman, rushing as the wind whips around her in hurried and whirling brush strokes. The trees behind her are caught in a similar flurry. Despite the wind, the scene seems to be blazing with heat, in shades of vermilion, ochre, and acrid yellow. It burns brightest inside the small house, and the coarse, jagged strokes of the branches swallow it whole as it chars and blazes. 63-year-old Sabitri Midha of Pakiraloy village in the Sundarbans had lost 9 bighas of land to the unpredictable Bidathori river over the last 30 years. Her only remaining property, the solitary hut where she lived, was demolished by the cyclone Amphan. The Wire reported on 28th May. In Gobardhan Ash's depictions of the Bengal famine of 1943, we see emaciated human forms standing in front of broken homes through a haze of burnt sienna and brown. The agricultural abundance and greenery that the Bengal basin was known for has disappeared completely. Ash chose not to dwell on individual trauma in his art, as he believed that we do not see individual objects each with its own colors, but rather a bright medley of tints which blends in our eyes. In this case, they were the colors of a parched land and its people. He was one of several artists who documented the man-made famine of Bengal in the early 1940s. But unlike the stark accusatory ink strokes of his contemporaries Zainul Abedin and Chitta Prasad, Ash captured the emotional impressions of people who had lost their homes and livelihoods. On 26th May, Scroll interviewed Chandan Das of Uttar Gopalnagar village in the Sundarbans, who owned 2 bighas of land. Cyclone Amphan has destroyed their home, and even their paddy fields are submerged under seawater, leaving them with no shelter or sustenance. The lonely figure in this woodcut by Horin Das carries every earthly possession that she has on her shoulders. Leaning on a crooked but sturdy stick, she trudges down a rough and jagged road, wearing worn-out slippers. But is she really alone? She has for a companion a dog, lean but spirited, judging by his tail. Perhaps Das alludes to the final journey of Yudhishthir, where he was accompanied by Dharma in guise of a dog whose side he refused to leave, even when he entered the gates of heaven. Horin Das, who drew unsentimental portraits of rural Bengal, uses the stark contrasts of the woodcut to bring out the unsheltered nature of this woman's journey, as she carries her home on her shoulders. But what is her destination, we wonder, if she's already lugging around all her belongings? Between 2nd and 13th May, as reported by the Hindustan Times, Sataria Hembrom and 6 other migrant workers walked 1,800 kilometers from Mumbai to their homes in Chaibasha in Jharkhand, covering over 40 kilometers each day and resting at petrol pumps on the wayside.
This afternoon we have a fantastic lineup for you. Yet more inspiring examples and some fun examples too of digital storytelling, how cultural heritage can be used creatively to make your day brighter, how it can also relate to some more serious topics, contemporary issues, contemporary news. So we have a really packed afternoon lined up for you with some great guest speakers. So we will get started. I am very pleased to introduce 2 absolutely amazing guest speakers. We have from the National Library of the Netherlands, we have Rianne Koning, who is Audience Programming Coordinator at the library, the KB for short, particularly if you're a Dutch speaker. And Rianne is an audience programming expert, brilliant digital storyteller, and also, more importantly, as you'll hear about in the next session, a meme lord, where if there's a title or a label that you could aspire to, I can't think of many better than that. So very much welcome, Rianne, thanks for joining us. And Rianne, we're joined by Kees Teszelszky, also from the National Library of the Netherlands. Kees is a digital collections curator, so just the man for this event. Kees, massive thanks to join you, and I will welcome you as a fellow and other meme lord and invite you to take control of the slides and to tell us all about medieval memes in this workshop. Over to you.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, it works. Well, hi, everybody. We are Rianne, Koning, and Kees Teszelszky. Rianne is a coordinator audience programming, and I am the curator of the digital collections at KB National Library of the Netherlands. Together, we are the meme lords of the National Library. Well, the KB National Library owns a true treasure of medieval illuminated manuscripts in its collection. Today, we will talk about our efforts to bring our medieval manuscripts out of the dark cellars of the library to the bright daylight of digital popular culture online. So as a library, we have become much more than a collection of books and manuscripts last years. We also collect born digital material and other artifacts of our modern popular digital culture online. And we love internet memes. But what are those internet memes? So what's a meme? Well, these are memes. Memes are part of the internet culture. These are well-known images combined with funny texts which spread rapidly on the internet and can have a funny or a serious message and meaning. The word meme was first used in 1976 by Richard Dawkins in his book, The Selfish Gene, as an attempt to explain how ideas replicate, mutate, and evolve. It conveys the idea of a unit of cultural transmission or a unit of imitation. So it's a biological concept which is now used to explain developments in popular culture. But where are these memes? Everywhere, on social media, papers, presentations, stickers. Memes are mostly used by young people to express their opinion on what's actually happening. So it's their reflection on our present. But also older people like this guy who said the following during a Clubhouse session: he who controls the memes controls the universe. And if we look now to the war in Ukraine, we also see that this is an information war in which memes play an important role. But how can you make a meme? You can use Photoshop or an app like Enlight, Capwing, or Mediamatic. But most memes are made using a special website, a so-called meme generator. This is a site on which you can choose an image and combine it with a text to make a very funny image, but also to spread an actual message. But back to the memes. So there are many types of memes on the internet. Our favorites are, of course, the medieval memes. We did not invent them, unfortunately, but serious academics did. The medieval memes first spread at medievalist conferences where they were used to make jokes between colleagues. But we realized how incredibly important our collection can be, how many funny images are there, and how well they can be used for spreading an actual message. But also what we've found out is that there are a lot of medieval memes on the web which are based on our own digitized images, but no one ever knows the origin of these images. So what did the image originally meant? From which manuscript did it came? How did it came into our library? And who took it out? And what's actually the funny meaning of it besides being it a meme? Well, this was one of the things where our project started with. But we can also say that many modern memes can also be transferred to a medieval context. So one of the most famous memes around the internet now is the grumpy cat meme. But we have our own grumpy cat in one of the medieval manuscripts of Jacob van Maerland, which is a kind of encyclopedia of medieval knowledge about nature. And also it is that that many modern illustrations could have been taken straight out of medieval manuscripts. So what we can say actually is that the medieval past is not dead, it's not even past. There are many cultural connections between the medieval world of imagination and our own visible internet culture. We, as KB, wanted to explore that connection and clarify the medieval context for our users. And now over to Rianne.
Yes. Request remote control. I'm taking it over. I think it works now. Okay, now I'm going to tell you something more about the project phases we get with the medieval memes generator for a project. We have done the first selection with the images, medieval images. So you can make a meme and we explain what's happening on the image. And we only help creating memes and present information about the background of the image. I don't think it works. Oh, yeah, it works, yeah. So why would you do this as a library? Medieval sources in the library are only consulted by experts or shown at exhibitions at museums. So young people don't encounter them in their daily life. It also does not play a role in their culture. So this is a way to let our heritage enter popular internet culture and regain an actual meaning for our times. And as well, it has a very positive influence on our image in Dutch here. But how did we do this project? How did we build it? How did we build the medieval meme generator? So here you can see the project phases. It took us librarians 1.5 years, mainly in our free time, to plan and construct this medieval meme generator. So from May 2019 until November 2020, there was the website launch. So the first ideas. The idea started at a drinking party where Kees met our ex-colleague Robert Krom, who's also joining this presentation. Welcome. Kees told him that as a curator of the digital collections, it's very hard to mix the analog and digital collections. So Robert thought it over and came with the idea of a meme generator using digitized heritage. So here you can see the 4 meme lords of the National Library of the Netherlands. We created this team of rough librarians. Each of us had his or her own role. So we kept contact through WhatsApp, mainly in the evening, in a group called the Meme Lords of the KB. Here you see at the left Ilse. She did the text and she was the bad cop for the finances at the KB. And besides Ilse, there's Kees. He was for the network and academic resources. And next to Kees, here you can see Robert Krom. He also was the content manager and the creative genius and the final boss of the medieval memes generator. And at the end of 2020, I came there as a project manager. These avatars you see are created by the illustrator Joost Hulscher. He also made the other illustrations which you can find on the medieval meme generator and our merchandise.
But now the funding, that was a challenge because this idea was so new. So happily we found about the Creative Industries Fund. It is the Dutch Cultural Fund for Architecture, Design and Digital Culture. And they have that fund which aims at design companies which want to work with heritage organizations. So that was exactly what we needed right that moment. And so a design agency named Doyle did a request. So as you can see over here, we started our collaboration with them by brainstorming and doing design thinking sessions. And a very dull thing, but very important thing is one advice of us is to document as much as possible about your project. So you can reuse a lot later when you're asking for funding again. And as you can see over here, we used the OneNote. Here you will see a video. We pitched our idea with this video, and this turned out to be a great idea, as the foundation could better imagine what we wanted to do exactly with this project and the website. So we explained what memes were, what memes are, and what we want to do with our heritage, including the memes. So then after that pitch, we received a small amount of money for phase 1 to test our idea with our target group. The target group are young people from 15 to 35 years old. And we organized the design session, a design thinking session in February 2020 to explore the humor of our heritage, and invited a bunch of youth to help us. So this was the invitation for our target group. But then heritage and humor, that's a thing. It's not easy, it's not an easy combination because we as librarians are not funny enough. So we needed an expert. We asked stand-up comedian Marcel Harteveld, you can see him at these images, to create the right atmosphere and to make jokes during the design thinking session. And that worked. You see here a video of the session. So the evening was a very big success and the atmosphere was perfect. And we could try out our ideas. And it was great that the participants immediately asked questions about the meaning of the images and as well the historic context. So we were a bit surprised about it, but it was very useful and helpful for the project. And so we were very surprised that people were quite sure about which image they liked and could be memified and which not. So we had a selection and already also had a deselection of the images we printed out during the design thinking session. So then we could select the images on the basis of these first results. And then that was the first phase. So then we had the second phase. Oh, there. So after this session, design thinking session, we had to apply for the second part of the funding based on the first results of the design thinking session. We made a prototype. So a version of the meme generator with just enough features to be usable by early customers who can then provide feedback for future product development. So you can see it here how we worked.
So actually what you see here, if I can add this to here, that's in the beginning you have a lot of great ideas, but you have to kill your darlings. So the plan in the beginning is much more bigger than you can afford, or but can be technically possible, or you can ask from the people you work together with. So in this way you have to trim down it to something which is just enough good for everyone, and which fits into the tight budget, of course.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and what you see here in this small PowerPoint video is that we also worked a lot with a designer agency and told them what we wanted and what we didn't want to have in our meme generator. So that worked also very good because we worked as as a team from KB people, but also from the design agency. So that's we worked very good together. That was very nice. So yeah, you can see our work can be summarized with the famous Drake meme. We want to make a simple meme generator to attract young target group and bring them in contact with medieval heritage. That was our goal. And then, well, there was a lot of construction work in the last phase for the design agency. We, as the meme lords of the KB, started making the content from September 2020, like the descriptions and the explanation video. So when you are going to visit the medieval meme generator, you can also see, besides the images, some videos which explains where the image is about. So you can get a historical context and then you can create your meme. But that was a lot of work as well. We made our 2-year targets. So you can see them over here, but already after 6 months, we reached almost all our goals. And note that the explanation videos I just told you about were extremely well viewed and used in classrooms all over the world.
And one of the reasons why these videos were so popular was that it is possible on YouTube to have automatic translation. So people could adapt their classroom to this video and to put the subtitles in it with their own language. So therefore it could be used in remote countries and in very special languages as well.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you can see it over here. We got feedback and praise from Princeton University till Siberia. So that was very nice to see, to get feedback of. And we made animation with figures from the medieval manuscripts. And we use it a lot for our social media as well, as you maybe saw already.
So Spielberg, if you're listening to us, please give us a call, because we really would like to make a medieval Star Wars with all our digitized images.
Okay, and then about the social media platform Reddit, it's a particularly fine occasion to continue experimenting with our heritage. So for example, we score big on the Reddit, where we get a lot of upvotes and virtual awards for our memes. And but yeah, our heritage also seems to lend itself well for creating Instagram posts or reels and on TikTok. And we can also tell stories in 30 seconds very easily. I'm sorry, there's no sound with it, but this is the video. And last year, we had our own first live interaction with public at the museum night, Museumnacht Den Haag. We had 2 medieval memes workshops in the House of the Book, or Mimano Museum in The Hague. That's also a partner of us, because part of the content is used from their collection and the other part is used from the National Library of the Netherlands collection. But that evening at Museumnacht, there were like 1,000 visitors who came to that museum and also to our workshops. So this year at the 8th of October, put it in your agenda, we will also be back again at museum night, but then at the KB building itself, also with some things of medieval memes and of course other guided tours through the National Library. So that was about the history of our project from medieval memes. But now we want to start a new project. We will go on with these kind of projects, as you may see. So in 2020, so in last year, we got our last part of the creative industry funding. So with that money, we started a new project called Medieval Me. This will become a serious game with AR technology, created, of course, again with our medieval collection. It will be made for pupils and teachers to learn and experience more about the humanities part of education based on their medieval heritage. So we organized again last year a design thinking session, or no, this year in January, with our team and some pupils. And with the information they gave us, we built a prototype, which we used for a grant at the Dutch Research Council. So next month, we will hear if our application for that grant has been accepted or not. So fingers crossed over here. And then we can really start building this serious game. And in the pictures, you can see already some pictures of the prototype, of the avatars we are going to use in the serious game. And as well, our curator, Ed van der Vlist, he's curator of the medieval manuscript from the Dutch Library. He gave a class to the students or to the pupils about medieval manuscripts. So at that moment, they got to feel the real manuscript and see how it works with all those old heritage and paper. And after that, we had a design thinking session and we let them test our prototype, and they were very enthusiastic. So yeah, they gave us also a lot of input and new information in which we can use to get the project to a further plan. So this is at the bottom of the slide, you can see the URL to our teaser. So if you're interested in it, you can check it out. You can see parts of the prototype. And then we have, for the purpose of promoting our meme generator, also stickers, cards, and stamps. And these heritage merchandise turned out so popular that people wanted to buy them from us. So now the KB store also offers them in their store. Now we have the last part of our presentation. Kees, do you want to edit something or?
Yeah, well, we can talk about it. So first of all, what we want you to is to make memes and send them to us. So visit medievalmemes.org, read the text in English, view the videos, and well, be creative and make your own meme and send it to us at medieval.memes@kb.nl. And now there will follow a selection of the memes what we have. Well, the last one is on the left on the top. That's just added a couple of months ago with the new video as well. But as you see, there are a lot of other images. Well, it turned out that the video of the image of Hieronymus in the middle on the top, that's one of our most popular images, because it's really about, you know, being distracted and still trying to focus. I mean, this is a kind of mirror of our times, of course. The two images on the right, on the bottom, these are from Augustinus, the City of God. And this manuscript is really great because these images are so weird. Now, I'm not going to explain the background of them. You have to see it for yourself because we explain it a lot on our website. But the images are really just perfect. And then the next one is, the one on the left top, that's Salome. That's of course, we also explain this image on our website. The best thing of this image is that it was recreated by some Polish students who made a tableau vivant out of these two figures, and it's also this image was already very popular even before our medieval memes generator started. The image on the left on the bottom, that's one very popular image from the lockdown period. And you can imagine, of course, why. It's actually Daniel in the lines. Then, next slide, Rianne. Yeah, and then we have some. These are the last images. Well, on the left top we have the Wheel of Fortune with Fortuna, who is turning the Wheel of Fortune. Well, this was also a very popular image during the Corona period. That all the years would have been seen as the people who were turning around. And so you can all find all these images, and you can make memes about them on medievalmemes.org. And we are really waiting for you to send us your memes.
But we also have something else, Kees, here. Like, so we have the medieval meme generator, but if you're very creative, you can also use this website from the KB, where you can make your, you can choose out of a lot of medieval images, and you can use them in Photoshop, for example, to create your own meme. So that's also okay to do that.
And actually, the database can be searched with English search terms. So that's also important to know. It's not a Dutch database; it's an English language database. Mm-hmm. And if you need some inspiration, you can look on our social media accounts. So we have an Instagram, medievalmemes.org. We are on Facebook, medievalmemes.org. We are on Twitter, memes medieval. And there you can find our latest memes and everything what we want to share with you.
Yeah, so you can create already right now your medieval meme and send it to our mailbox, medieval.memes@kb.nl. And we would love it if you share it as well on your social media and tag us, but it's not, it's also okay if you send it via email. And then afterwards, I think next week, Kees, we will pick a winner, and then you will get small merchandise like stickers and cards, postcards of medieval memes. And there's also, this is the last part of our presentation. So if you have questions, this is also the right moment to ask us your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, then do not hesitate to ask them to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rianne. Thank you, Kees. That was wonderful and a huge amount of fun. I already started making one.
Yeah, very good.
We are saved by the bell. It's really a good medieval background music here.
Oh yeah, it's very medieval. It's the newer kerk, the new church.
Okay.
Non-Dutch people here in Delft, so it feels quite medieval.
Yeah.
I'm just looking now at the chat. I see lots of love, smiley faces, and thank you. It was a great presentation, and we have time as well left if anyone has any particular questions that they want to pick up, anything more that they want to find out about the project or your experience of running this from start to finish. And I really loved how you walked us through all that behind the scenes work, because I think, often as a kind of user or a customer or a person just sees it on Twitter, for example, you think, oh, okay, that's cool. And it's fascinating to see the amount of thought, dedication and effort that you both with colleagues made behind the scenes. So that was really, really fantastic. And just gazing at the Q&A with my colleague Maggie as well to see if there are any questions coming in. Here's one from Johanna Fischer. Johanna, thank you for the question. What might be the first step in introducing this kind of project to college students and first-year students? What do you think?
It's a very good question, and thank you very much, Johanna Fischer. I think that the best thing is just to make some memes and add them to your classroom material. So if you explain some problem from the medieval period, just add some memes in your PowerPoint. Actually, that's something what a lot of teachers at university already do. So they use memes to explain stuff to their students. You know, some kind of really complicated philosophical problem, and then, you know, to explain it with a meme of the both philosophers who talk to each other. You know, this it creates a kind of positive atmosphere where people are also will be more willing to ask questions and to give their opinion. They feel safe because they're talked to them in their own visual language. So young people are communicating through memes. So if we can communicate to them by using our own digitized stuff and make our own memes, we can communicate with youth.
Excellent. Thank you, Kees. Yeah, I think memes can be incredibly powerful in communicating something complex in a really simple and often fun way.
Yeah.
And I'm a closet meme maker myself, so yeah, totally agree. A question in the Q&A from Gaia Pinotti. Gaia, thanks for the question. Mine's a curiosity. Are memes made with medieval material more popular and appreciated by kids or by adults? Rianne, maybe you want to take this one.
Yeah, it's a good question. Thanks. It's both, I guess. What we see in the amounts on the websites, on our website or on the social media, it's very diverse. But for example, in classrooms or students make memes as well, also during class, because teachers will use it. But we can also see it very on the social media that people from also older than the 35 target audience or target group also use medievalmemes.org to make their social media more powerful, or not powerful, but to tell them what they think and to make jokes on the social media. So it's very diverse, Kees? I don't know if you have
I can add something next to it. It's a funny story, perhaps. Well, actually, when we launched our medieval memes generator, it was just the moment that a political crisis burst out in the Netherlands. And the most serious newspaper of the Netherlands, NRC, wrote a big article about our meme generator. And then the journalists of this newspaper picked up our meme generator because, of course, they shared the meme generator between each other. And they started to post medieval memes on social media, which commented on the Dutch political crisis. And through that, it bursted out into between older people, I mean, older than 35 in the Netherlands, that they used our medieval meme generator to reflect on the current political situation in the Netherlands. And that was something that we did not expect, actually. So we did not expect that really young people, like people in the primary schools, would be our target audience. But we also did not expect that the older people above 35 and who are active in journalism, in politics, would use our meme generator. So actually, it turned out that the target group is much more broader than we thought at the beginning.
Excellent, thank you. Next question, and they're coming thick and fast. Thanks, everybody. From Rosa Dominguez, how much did the initial project cost? It mentions your own investment as well, which I guess a lot of was time, many hours, just like medieval monks or nuns.
Blood
which takes
and
longer,
tears.
making the manuscript or doing the digital project? Kees, do you want to field that one?
Well, actually, I was not so much involved in the financial part of the project. Perhaps Rianne can reflect on that better.
Yeah, I only, because I was there at the end of 2020 when it was already launched. Maybe we have to ask Robert.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of free time. A lot of free time. So that's that. Yeah. Also about making the movies, the explanation videos. But regarding the costs, I have to come back to you later if that's okay. We have to check that out.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff we did in our free time and with our own resources. So, the videos and so on, it was during lockdown time. So some of the things we just filmed with our webcam or our mobile phone. But the money is, I think it's a small part. You have to have your dedication. You have to have a dedicated group of people who want to invest their time and their energy and their enthusiasm in such a project. So that's even more important than the money itself, I think.
Excellent, thank you. And Robert, I can see, is in the chat
Yeah.
answering this at the moment. So this is hybrid life nowadays.
Yeah. Thank you,
Okay.
Robert.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. So let's move on. Next question from Lena M. How did you bring young people together for the design thinking session? I think we saw some pictures of that in your slides. How did you find or select them? Was it an open invitation? And what do you think drew them or motivated them to get involved?
Very good question. I'm going to answer this, I think, Rianne. Well, actually, what we did is, of course, we tried to pick up people from the street, but that did not work so well. So actually, it was through our network. I have 3 teenager kids, so that's, of course, easy prey. So I used them, and they took some classmates, and they took some friends. So this was already one part. And through Robert and our other meme lords, other children came. So and they took other children. So in this way, and we tried to get people from outside who were not part of our network to be involved with it. But to lure them into a room and to be involved with this kind of stuff, I mean, you need a lot of pizza, you need a lot of sushi, you need a lot of cola and other fuzzy drinks. And Robert was a genius. I'm happy that he is here. Because what he did was actually just make a room before we even started to be involved with all this medieval stuff. He made a room with a game computer and with couches and with some good music and YouTube videos on the screen, so that people came in and it didn't feel like, okay, we have to do something serious. We are just here to chill out. And the second thing what he did, and that was also a very, very smart thing, that he invited a comic who warmed up the group. So it was not we as librarians said, hello, I'm Kees, I'm creative digital collections, please help me with my medieval memes. No. There was a comedian who just started to sing and started to make jokes and warmed up the whole group. So, and then everyone, and of course, after the pizzas, everyone was in the right mood to add something to our project. So then they didn't feel like it is something, library and it's heavy and serious and all that stuff. No, we are in a good place with nice people, and let's have some fun together. And that's what actually happened.
Yeah, and that was for the medieval meme generator, but for the medieval me new project we told about, the serious game, we also are working more with Sanne Frequenz. He's teacher at University of Utrecht. And she has a very good network with teachers and classes. So for that part, the design thinking session was from out of her network. But we also see that because of press releases or that kind of information to the outside world, we also see, for example, collaborations with other. Yeah, how do you call that? Platforms, which also have a network with teachers or schools. So we see that in the last years, our network with the target audience is growing. So that's you have to invest in that, but it will work like a spot what's getting wider or bigger.
Love it. So pizza and fun is the key.
Yeah.
And candy.
And candy, yeah.
Candy. Keep the sugar level up.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Next question, which is a great one. I love this. Have you found any diversity in medieval manuscripts? My sense of the background here is a lot of these things were created maybe 800, 900, maybe 1,000 years ago in a very different world from today. So how do you think that our contemporary interest and drive towards diversity and inclusion relates to this kind of subject matter? What have your insights been so far?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you very much. Well, actually, what I really like of these medieval manuscripts is that already the stuff itself is so diverse. And I can give you one example. This manuscript of the work of Augustine of Hippo. It was written in the 4th century after Christ. You know, it was a text, a Christian text, which was reflecting on the Roman culture. But the manuscript itself was written and decorated in the 15th century. So the illuminator reflected with his work on a culture which was almost 1,000 years before, and of course, which was describing a culture which was even 500 years before. So in this way, what you get is that you get ideas which are transformed from one cultural surrounding to the other, and transformed and reused and everything. Well, and this is actually what also happens in modern period with these medieval manuscripts. So perhaps it's not so diverse as that we would like to see it, but the way how it is used, it's used in a diverse way. So people can interpret it in their very own cultural context, and they can give the meaning to it, what they actually like or what they actually see. So they can make it as diverse as possible, and they can give any political, religious, cultural meaning on it, what they want. And in this way, it is as diverse as whatever in modern popular culture.
What a great answer, Kees. Thank you. And do you think that there are other areas of historical culture, different periods maybe, or different mediums that your approach, which has been really successful, could be applied to? And have you got any ideas for going beyond the medieval into other places and times?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm an early modern historian, so I'm really at home in the 16th and 17th century, and I try to use the same kind of ideas what we have used for medieval manuscripts to apply to the early modern period. But it is hard, because the medieval manuscripts are, they're like empty images. You can put all the meaning in it, whatever you want. If there's an image of an animal or whatever, it is much harder to do it in a 17th century painting or a 19th century image. Personally, my favorite are the Delft tiles, the Delft blue tiles. Perhaps you know them. These are tiles which were made in blue color on a white background, and they're almost like comics. So they decorated the house of Dutch people to prevent them to become muddy and dirty and full of water. And these images are also taken from popular culture and can have any meaning what you want. So these are I think these could be used for a similar thing like our medieval meme generator. And actually the KLM, the Dutch flying company, they use these medieval these Delftware tiles in animations in their in-flight videos to explain stuff to people. So in this way, it's already used. But I think you could further develop this idea about Delftware. And Rianne, do you have ideas about other stuff? What could be used from other periods?
Yeah, I think not directly, but I think that the medieval manuscripts or that collection is a very rich collection, also because of the animals or the at the sides of the papers, of the pages. So this is a perfect collection to use for medieval memes. But for the new project, like for the Medieval Me project, a serious game, we start with one manuscript for the prototype and for the first launch. But I guess it will be interesting if that works for a serious game and the AR technology works and the schools are in with the pupils and the teachers, then we can make a step further with another collection, for example. So but that's more for the Medieval Me serious game part, yeah.
Nice. I think a medieval metaverse is the only metaverse that I could get ready for and embrace. Maggie, my colleague, has joined us. Maggie, over to you.
That sounds very, very nice. Thank you, Douglas. I actually joined because I have a question, and we cannot post in the Q&A ourselves for some reasons. I would like to ask you: do you have your favorite meme? Like, is it something that you're really drawn towards? Like one of the memes popular on the internet?
From medieval memes or just a meme?
No, I mean
popular
a
meme?
meme in general that you're like, it might be medieval, it might not be. I assume that your preference will be for medieval, but both of you, Rianne, please start with if.
Yeah, I have to think about it. There are lots of nice memes. I have to check.
I can tell something. Well, first of all, I really like how it was, how it's going.
Yeah.
Meme. That's the one I really, really like. But you know, if you look to our social media platforms, I'm currently curating our Twitter content. Actually, you can see what I like best. So some memes are just, you know, they can be reused all the time. So I have to take care not to use them too much. But I really like it always to see a connection between what was in the past and what is now. I mean, for instance, the grumpy old man yelling at the cloud. You know, I just found an image, a medieval image of an old man yelling at the cloud, and rain comes from it. So that's really great. And these expressions of the faces on some medieval people, you know, you cannot imagine. So these medieval people, how did they know? How could they put this into paint? These kind of expressions. I mean, they're really just great to express some ironic worldview or some surprise or some fun, or that's you can really see the greatness of these artists. And to be honest, that's also something I want to tell you about this whole meme stuff. I mean, a meme is made to be seen and to be used by everyone in the whole world. But these medieval manuscripts, they were made for a very small group of people. You know, they were made for a donor, or they were made for a family, or they were made for a monastery or a church. So, you know, a group of perhaps 10 people were allowed to see it. And the fact that now millions of people can see these images and can use them, it's a mind-blowing thought, I think.
That's great. Thank you so much for this.
Rianne, have you something to add to it?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Yeah, I personally always have to laugh about the memes with the kids, about the kids. You know, at Fridays, I want to drink wine. I don't want to see the kids anymore. Or at Mondays, it's Monday. Yeah, you know, that kind of humor. So yeah, that's more the relatable humor in my house here, in my household. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, an absolute unit. That's also a good one.
Very popular in the glam sector, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
And the guy that made it ended up working for Tesla and Elon Musk, which is an incredible plot twist that no one saw coming.
Yes. Yeah, well, he became a meme himself, actually. Kusa, yeah.
Adam, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, this is also something. This Hensbrook, you know, that what was in the questions about what Alexandra said. So that's also something that medieval people they made fun of stuff. You know, they had a kind of sense of humor, which was perhaps later on suppressed by civilization and everything. But in the medieval period, you know, all these feasts, all this carnival, this visual culture, they knew how to laugh. And I think that we take that part back of the medieval culture and put it in our own popular culture.
Yeah, one of the things that I really enjoy is when a contemporary event happens, it almost immediately becomes a meme.
Yeah.
One that I can think of is I think it was the Suez Canal got blocked by that massive container ship. When was that? 2 years ago? And it became a kind of instant modern classic meme.
Yeah.
Immediately. And, you know, people could take something that was shared everywhere, you know, part of contemporary life and then apply it to their own, sometimes very, very specific field or topic, you know.
And everyone recognizes it. So from young till old. So it's incredible that a meme, how it conquers the world. And on a certain moment, I mean, half of the population of the world knows it instantly and remembers it. So I was a couple of weeks ago, I was swimming in one of these spas in Budapest, and two old people who were around 80 years, they started to explain each other a meme. And I thought about, I know that meme. So that's also something incredible, that, you know, memes are not only spread through visual ways or through text, but also just by oral history, actually.
Wonderful. We are almost wrapping up this great session. Thank you both again. And thank you for everyone's questions, comments in the chat, Q&A. We're looking at those closely. I've loved it. We really enjoyed it. So we will say thank you. And now, meme lords and everyone, we'll hand over to Medhavi, and she's back to introduce our next speaker and session. Medhavi.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Kees and Rianne. This was such a delightful session. I'm sure that we've all really thoroughly enjoyed it. Memes have always been fun and continue to be inspiring and something that we see every day and share. I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. Lakshmi Chaudhry is the founder of the digital newsletter and app called Splainer. It's a daily newsletter with a lot of amazing content, including news from around the world, tidbits about things that we should be aware of, and even some sanity breaks through recipes and give different kinds of things in the newsletter. Prior to the newsletter, she co-founded India's most successful standalone digital news startup called firstpost.com. And other than her entrepreneurial ventures, she's also a writer, and her work has appeared in a variety of publications, ranging from The Vogue, Nation, Wired. So we're really excited to welcome you today to join us, Lakshmi. We look forward to hearing from you. Over to you.
Hi. So I'm a bit, when you think about a storytelling workshop, you don't really think about journalists these days, because we're like, messengers always bearing bad news. It's always news you don't want to hear. And but on the other hand, a lot of what my work is today is undoing what I've done for the past 20 years, is really understanding that news has gotten to the point where it does not serve the needs of people, which is why you have so much fake news, right? Fake news wins because real news is losing. So I'm going to actually start from a strange place, maybe, that might be surprising to you. So as you know, Charles Darwin came up with the theory of evolution, and he said everything that humans do has to do with survival, and it's the survival of the fittest. But then people who followed him, or psychobiologists or neuroscientists, all of that, were at a loss to explain, then why do we create art? Why do we create poetry? Why do we create music? All these things that humans do that actually have typically actually ensure that you will not make money and you will not have children and no one will survive, right? And we continue to do it. And one of the interesting theories that came up about 8 years ago is that maybe everything is not about survival. Maybe all the wonderful things and sort of very, very dispensable things that humans do are a bit like a peacock's tail. So Geoffrey Miller came up with this. And he went the other way. He said, it's like the peacock's tail, so it's actually a mating game. So, like the peacock has a very unwieldy, very large tail, that it properly ensures that he will be eaten by the passing carnivore, is actually, he needs it to attract his mates. These very dowdy, drab peahens who have no such problems, apparently. Which is interesting, and you know, I'm not sure if I entirely buy that theory, but it made me think about very basic questions. Why do people consume news? Why? What value is it for you, right? Why would you do it if every day is a relentless parade of negative and depressing headlines? Is there something that we've been taught as kids saying, oh, you must read the news? But actually, all the data shows that people are reading less and less news. They doom scroll when things go terribly wrong, like pandemic or the invasion of Ukraine. But typically, people don't like to read the news. They don't think of it as a pleasant or even enjoyable experience. So why has news survived at all? At all. I'm not talking about what you should do. I'm saying, why do people do it anyway? Because it must be something intrinsic inside them, right? And my answer to that is people like to know stuff. They like to know things. It's human nature. We like to know, if you like a book, we want to know about the author. We want to know everything about them. If we like a painting, we want to know the history of the painting. We want to know why something happened, right? We want to know a story that explains what we're looking at or what's happening in the world. But news, actually, the way it's ladled out to people, it would be like if you took the most horrific scenes from any, Avengers movie, where only people were dying willy-nilly, there was no backstory, you had no concept as to why these people are dying, what is happening, why are people killing each other. That is how people experience news. People experience news as this insane cuts of just horrific things happening. And part of that is because news really appeals to the reptilian brain. So the reptilian brain is something that became big news because of George Bush Jr.'s campaign advisor called Karl Rove. He and a whole bunch of his researchers had understood that human beings, this is the Darwinian part, respond to fear and they respond to anger. If you can trigger fear and anger, you win, right? And that's exactly what the game plan was always with George Bush. And now you see that playing out beyond a US campaign. You see that playing out in clickbait. You see that playing out in how fake news appeals to the exact same reptilian brain, right? Something that makes you angry, something that makes you, afraid, and it spreads like wildfire. So I started to think about, after 20 years in this business, how can we think about the peacock brain? Because the peacock in us likes to know stuff. And we don't just like to know stuff because we like to know stuff. We like to tell people what we know, right? If you learn something that is interesting, you read a book that you love, you find out a fact that you love, that intrigued you or interested you, you share it. In fact, it spreads exactly the same way as fake news. People share fake news because it looks interesting and it looks real, right? People like to know and they like to share what they know. But here's the problem. If you are in a business that is always making people feel terrible about themselves and terrible about the world, people start to switch out. They start to switch off. So my idea was like, how can we focus on the peacock brain, on the part of the human psyche that enjoys being knowledgeable, that enjoys being well informed. And how can we then turn that and deliver news as an experience? The problem with my business is that I'm not saying it's a problem. Well, it is a problem because this is why we are suffering. Because we don't think about how people experience the news. We are not at all thinking about the person who's actually reading anything we are doing. We are saying this is important, you have to read it, and if you don't read it, you're stupid or you're terrible or there's something terribly wrong with you, right? Or you're selfish, oh yeah, you'd rather like Netflix and chill. There's this weird arrogance that journalists have about their journalism because it's all about what they create. It is not about what value it offers to the person they're giving it to or how they experience it. So what we've ended up with now is there's great journalism in this world, but everything is coming at you at lightning speed and there's so much of it, right? Because you have, everyone has to sort of somehow be discoverable. There's a mountain and mountain and mountain of news. There's a tsunami of news every day. And everyone is trying to churn out 100, 200, 300, 500 stories every day and they're throwing it at you, right? And they're throwing it at lightning speed. And somehow they expect you to make sense of it. So they don't tell the story. It would be as though someone is just throwing information at you and somehow you have to make sense of that yourself, right? And when you put that burden on the person on the layperson, on the person who's reading or watching, they have to make sense of it. They have to somehow craft a story out of it. They have to figure out what is real and what is not real. That is very, very difficult, right? That is untenable for an industry. That would be like saying, I expect you to go out there every day and in this mountain of content, figure out what is trash, what is not, what is worthwhile, what is interesting, what is relevant, right? Because I should be a good person who wants to be well informed, right? Who has the facts. It's not going to work because people don't have time to do that kind of work. They work long work hours and they have family, they have friends, they have, fun things to do in their lives. So why would you make it so painful for people to just know what's going on in the world on an everyday basis? And let's go beyond that. How can you make it enjoyable? And the way you make it enjoyable is not to appeal to this reptilian brain that is constantly being told you should be angry and you should be afraid. You appeal to the peacock brain and you say, oh, here your reward is that you're going to feel like, I really understand this. I really get why something is happening. And it could be a terrible story about a famine somewhere. It could be a terrible story about someone being in prison unfairly. But can you tell it as a story? Because we read a lot of fiction that is fairly depressing. right? But we can enjoy it and we recommend it. We say, oh, this is a great story. I loved it, right? It reminds me, like, of the Russian novelists I loved when I was young. And there was no good things that happened to any of them. But I loved them because they taught me something. I understood something because I read something about a human experience. So how can we bring that lens and how do people experience news? If you don't think about how people experience it and you're just shoving it down their throat saying, take it, whether you like it or not, it's not because, oh, and it's worthy and it's good and you ought to like it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Fake news works because it appeals to something that people want to already think and want to already believe. So how do you counter that? You counter that by telling stories. You take news back to a very old tradition, which is, how was news shared in the oral tradition? It was not shared in, dry language, full of jargon, full of, if you don't get it, well, too bad. You share news the way your friend would share news over a drink at the pub. If you asked a very well-informed friend of yours, okay, what's happening, let's say in India, because it's a little distant for us, unlike for you, what's happening in Ukraine? Why did Russia even invade Ukraine, right? It's puzzling sitting in India. How do you tell that story? You have to tell that story about the history of the two countries, and you have to make it compelling, and you have to tell it like you would tell a story about what is that history, what is it that drives Putin, because Putin becomes a character in that story, right? And what is it that's driving him? How does he think? How do the Russians think? How do the Ukrainians think? Who is Zelensky? How does Zelensky think? And you have to make it a story so that you can, even sitting in India, you're interested in that story because it's a story that is universal. In the end, it's a universal story about a very great power invading a small power. It is David versus Goliath. It is all the things that people can understand, right? And they can even relate it to myths in Indian, mythology. In the end, it's about the story. And if you can't tell news like a story, and I'm not talking about immersive, long, deep dive stories which have characters and you go on the ground and then you have different people and you really sort of explain who they are. I'm saying daily news on a daily basis. How can you explain something? So I'm going to give you two examples. One is, we did a story about these gigantic jars. Really, they're like 2 to 3 meters high, and they were found in the northeastern state here called Assam, right? They found a lot of these jars. Okay, so they found jars, who cares? So what is interesting? That's the first question. So what is interesting about the story? It's actually a great mystery story. It's a brilliant story. So we started by first explaining when these jars were created. So part of that is also deconstructing jargon. So much of news is jargon. So they're megalithic jars. What does megalithic mean? Nothing very much. It's over a long period of time between the Stone Age and the Iron Age, people created very big stone structures. That includes the Stonehenge, and it also includes these jars, right? And they're like, oh, okay, I got that. See, how are they feeling? They're like, oh, okay, that's what they mean. Then they say, oh, you have 100 odd Iron Age sites around India. Indians have no idea what happens in their country, like even 100 years ago. They're like, wow, we have Iron Age sites. Wow, that's what happened. Okay, so then you're like, okay, what are these jars? What do they look like? Guess what? They're empty. Someone's pulled off their lids. No one knows what is in the jars. So what did these jars serve? What purpose? Why do these jars even exist, right? Well, okay, in Laos, you have something called the Splainer jars, and there's so many jars very similar to this, and they were full of burial remains, like things that people put in for, to honor the dead, but also bones and things like that. So they're burial jars, and they were all positioned in a particular way. And so that's why the researchers think that they are somehow connected to Laos, right? And the weird thing is that there's no such jars found anywhere in India. And what's even more fascinating is that these jars are were created by a community that have they have no genetic kind of remains left. It is a community that doesn't exist anymore. So it's a mystery human community that apparently lived between Assam and Laos. It is one of the greatest archaeological mysteries that we haven't been able to solve. And guess what? It's in our backyard. So how does the Indian reader feel at the end of that? Amazing. They're like, wow, I had no idea. I had no idea there was this community. I had no idea that we have more jars than even Laos, that we may hold the key to one of the greatest archaeological mysteries. It makes you feel good, right? So that's an easy one, right? It's easier because everyone likes a bit of mystery, a bit of history, and they're like, little mysterious artifacts. It's like a movie. So let me move on to something a little harder, right? So today, the Supreme Court of India basically took a very terrible law called the sedition law and put it on hold. They basically suspended it. And you're like, who cares? No one knows what sedition is. No one knows what this law is. We don't know why this is a big deal, except a whole bunch of people who are in the know on Twitter, right? But what's interesting about this story? You start there. What's interesting about the story is that it's actually a colonial era law. It was, introduced by very good British colonialists to arrest people like Mahatma Gandhi, like Jawaharlal Nehru, who was the first Prime Minister of India, and they were kept in jail for years under this law. So then you're asking, so why didn't we get rid of it? Guess what? We did get rid of it. We got independence, and 2 courts struck down the law. But Nehru, our first Prime Minister, the great Democrat, beloved by everybody, is the one who brought back the law. He introduced it as the first amendment to our constitution. Can you imagine that? To Indians, that would blow their mind. Like, really? And it has been used ever since, over and over and over again, to arrest people for no reason. Because the law dictates that if you disrupt public order, if you're a threat to public order, if you create disaffection, it is every bit as vague as the original colonial law. And it's been used to arrest farmers. It has been used to arrest students. It has been used to arrest journalists, because it's so vaguely worded. And once you're arrested, it's non-bailable. It's non-bailable. So you will spend years in prison, and in the end, there'll be no evidence, and you'll be let free, but you've already been punished. That's the point of the sedition law, right? And the Indian government has kept this to control anybody they didn't like, irrespective of who was in power for a very long time. And finally, the Supreme Court has stepped in, this Supreme Court, led by this Chief Justice, and said this does not work. This has to go, right? And what's more interesting is then you have a cat and mouse game between the Supreme Court and the government. The government said, well, yes, we absolutely agree with you. We absolutely want to get rid of these nasty little colonial laws. But you know what? We're going to review it. Why don't you let us review it? Because they just keep reviewing it for years. And that's why it matters, because the court turned around the very next day and said, you know what? We suspend the law right now. You take as much time as you want to review it. Anyone who's been arrested under this law is eligible for bail. Anyone who, and you better not arrest anyone new under this law. Then someone understands what this means, right? So do you understand? You have to take them through the story. News in the end is about storytelling. We have to go back, even when we write, and we are very text-driven, to an oral story of explanation. We have to explain things the way people used to explain things, or continue to explain things in our conversations with each other. Because otherwise, nothing is going to make sense. Like I said, it is going to be some horrific cuts, or it's going to be something, like only the worst parts where people are dying, and, they only see clips and they see images and they don't really get what's going on. And then everyone is arguing about, oh, whose fault is it that these people died, right? And then it's just like, right? You can't figure it out. You have to tell the story. And when you tell the story, you don't have to tell people, like a good story, what to think. You don't have to tell them that, because they get it. Because once you tell them the story, they understand why this happened and what's wrong with what's happening. So I feel like storytelling has become so much more important in the media than anywhere else, because news has to tell stories that people can understand, because when we understand the story, we understand what's going on, then we share it, because knowledge is infectious. And that is really what our vision is to make news experience that makes you feel not depressed, not like, oh my God, let me just slit my wrist, or angry, or all these things, because you're already stressed out and you work too hard and there's too much shit going on in too many people's world, right? In everyone's lives. So how can we create something that actually makes you feel good about being knowledgeable? And that's just our explanation, right? We have a big, one big story, but we also interweave it with design. Design stories, or architecture stories, or art stories, or silly stories, or even cute like memes, little dog videos, because we're always checking in, and we have things called sanity break, right? So because when you read a really tough story, you want to watch something else. So we're always checking in with you. When you go through our daily edition, we're always, and it's only one edition, by the way, it's not multiple stories. There's one screen, one scroll, and that's it. Because you don't have time and energy to keep like click, 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 click. Oh, now let me read this, now let me read that. We do it in one scroll and one screen. And it's just, and we take you through a journey. You read a kind of big story, then you get a sanity break, then you get more headlines, but then the headlines get like kind of, they're more serious, then they go towards more quirky, more fun, more silly. And then we have a section called Smart and Curious, which is really things that have to do with weird products. It could be as silly as the fact that McDonald's is apparently selling a triple cheese Angus burger, which you put cheese sticks, and then you put cheese, and then you put the burger on top, and then you have a cheese sauce that you can drizzle on it. It's silly, but it's something that makes you laugh. And you're like, oh my God, what are they doing, right? But it could be something as amazing as a fact about, that women in the Victorian era, when they went mountain climbing, actually wore huge skirts that they would actually climb the Alps in skirts. And they're brilliant photos of that. So it's also to remind you the world doesn't always come down to, because the edition in itself is a story about your world, right? And your world is not just pandemic, and it's not just war, and it's not just, people being killed. It's also, the world is delightful, or climate change, which is very depressing, but it's also delightful. It has so many wonderful things in it. It's surprising, it's intriguing. It's things that make you go, wow. And that's really what we're trying to change about news, because we're starting from the experience of news. How do you experience it? How do you, and forget news, it's a terrible word. How do you experience being well-informed about the world on a daily basis? Everyone wants to know what's going on. How can we do it in a way that doesn't shy away from the hard stuff, but at the same time reminds you that the world is worth saving and preserving and enjoying? And that's really it. I don't know if I have like really an hour to go on. I'd love to take questions, because I don't have much to show. There's not much in news that's actually worth showing. I could show you a bunch of headlines, but I don't know how valuable that would be. That's why I don't have a PowerPoint. I'm not creative. I'm not an artist. I can't show you lovely, wonderful things. But I'd love to take questions and get a sense of, I'd love to talk about anything you want to talk about.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Yeah, we'll be taking questions, but I've also left a link in the chat to Splainer if anyone wants to check it out. But Lakshmi, we have to say that Splainer itself is a great thing to share on screen, maybe with everyone.
Yeah, I'd love to, actually.
Yeah, if you're able to share your screen, maybe we can, but while you fix up the setup, I don't know if that will work for you, sharing screen and everything. I don't know how the tech is working on your end right now.
Maybe you want to do it, and then I can walk people.
In the meantime, I can just mention to people that I'm only a recent subscriber of the Splainer. I think it's been some months now. But, what really is refreshing is that when you see the news in the morning, starts with a nice quote, gives you the whole big story behind something. And it really, it's not like you're wondering where to click, which ad to click on, not click on, what is sponsored, what is not. It's a clean interface. It really gives you the news that you need to know, need to be updated on. And even Splainer's explainers on their Instagram are very helpful. So you swipe through and it's just the art of breaking down something big into something short, given the attention span that most people have today on social media, because that's where people are finding most of their information, at least in India. We know that that's how people access information. They go to Instagram in the morning. So I think that's also how Splainer's changed habits, because now a lot of young people on their commute to work are, instead of logging onto social media, are opening their Splainer app to check on what's the latest. So Lakshmi, if you're ready, then I'm going to be ready to stop.
Actually, I can. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a quote, right? They tried to kidnap and kill me. This is a very bizarre case where, a filmmaker decided that, he was live streaming on Facebook and he was arrested by the police. And it's a very, very strange story, but it's something that we always put up there. We put some kind of thing that makes people feel it grabs their attention, but it's not trivial, because actually it has to do with like sexual abuse and sexual harassment of women in this particular film industry in this state, right? But it's something that grabs your attention, but it has a more important story. It's not just trivial, right? Oh, and we have like dogs. So so I just wanted to show you that we always have this is our mascot, and we always have that tonality, because our tonality is like someone who's friendly and who's trustworthy and who's loyal, like a dog, you know. And we're very happy to be very sort of occupy that position with our. So this is a great example. I want to pick this because the rise of Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in Philippines is not particularly interesting to Indians, right? They don't know much about the Philippines. Probably a lot of young people don't even have memory of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. But we always have a quirky lead image. And then we do it like a story. So this is the thing. So look at the things that we said. So we started with the Marcos family because the original Marcos, right? And yes, we gave some history, but we also gave it a lot of color. This is Ferdinand and Imelda on their wedding day. You know, they married, you know, and we have that thing. They married 11 days after their first meeting. And now you're immediately intrigued. Who are these crazy people? And then you have how she became a political diva. And here she is dancing with, you know, Henry Kissinger. Look at her. She's very glamorous. She's very, you know. And then, did you know that the Talking Heads lead, David Byrne and Fatboy Slim, actually produced a musical for Imelda called Here Lies Love, where they, you know, sort of put her as a sort of rags to riches, Eva Peron-like character. Now, see, people are interested. They're like, oh, wow, right? And we embed that. So they're like, there's this, you know, a booty-shaking blast of pure joy, apparently. And then, though, we changed the tone like a good story. They said, but you know what? They pilfered $10 billion from their country. $10 billion. They assassinated the opposition leader, right? And we gave one horrific testimony of an activist who was arrested. She would be slapped every day. She was raped. They pushed things up her vagina. But the thing is, in the end, what they did was so horrific, right? And they were exiled. They lost. Because of a popular uprising, they had to leave the country. Of course, the Americans kind of airlifted them out, and apparently Ferdinand growled at Imelda and said, "It's all your fault." But he died in Hawaii, and they kept his body preserved and embalmed for years until it was finally buried in 2016 because of the current crazy, you know, well, the president, Duterte, who just, you know, he's been replaced by Ferdinand Marcos Jr. just yesterday. And this is Imelda kissing her husband before he's buried, right? All of this is not trivial. It's storytelling. Because now you're interested in what the hell is going on with his son. Because the son, and this is the question every person is asking, right? If you're going to have a question, if you're going to have a conversation on, how did this son, how come? How is he going to be president? How did that happen, right? And then it talks about privilege. Then it talks about who this guy is. Then it talks about disinformation. Like, how did he recast his father as this great man in some bizarre way? And that's because, and these are the things that people, you know, pay attention to, because now they're thinking, now how did this happen? because Philippines tops the world in time spent on social media. So if you have a really effective disinformation campaign, it's going to work in the Philippines because it works on Facebook, it works on Twitter, it works on Instagram. And he totally recast his father. And we also have the thing that, and then you're thinking, okay, but how did he manage it when everyone knows what he did? It's because 50% of the registered voters were born after Marcos left power. And majority of his supporters are under 30. So it's kids, it's young people who are voting for this man because they don't even understand their own history, right? And that's when it becomes a compelling story. Then it's a story that you care about wherever you live in the world. And it is an important story. So a lot of that is like, so now you've gone through that, and then what do we give you? We give you our sanity break. So these are the great, beautiful courtesans who were, the celebrities of their time. And this is a book that was published in 1874, which has images for the first time of these women and celebrates them. So we give you something that makes you think about history, think about women, but also think about like, wow, I didn't even know these women existed, right? And it's just beautiful. And we, connect you to, we give you a couple of examples, but you can go and check out the entire digital collection and spend your afternoon doing that if that's what you want, right? It's the same thing with headlines that matter. And we say, okay, so we start with like WHO's COVID death tally, then the key tech stories. It's all very serious. It's a mix because we talk to global Indians. We talk to Indians around the world. There are about 50 million Indians around the world who are educated, read in English. English is their first language, and that's who we're talking to. And they could be in Delhi, they could be in Dallas, they could be in Sydney, they could be in Dubai, they could be in Amsterdam. They read us. By the way, we have like a very loyal subscriber in Amsterdam. And we give them a mix of what is useful and relevant to them. So we go into this entire mountain of news content and we pull out what we think is most interesting and valuable and relevant for them to know. So it's not just Indian stories. They also want to know that a US company was selling location data of people who visited abortion clinics right when the Supreme Court is getting ready to basically take away abortion rights. They want to know about disappearing birds. They want to know about weight gain. But then it gets, we always have something to see. It's either 3 things to see, 2 things to see, 5 things to see, but always something visual. So this is Native American art. How cool is that? I mean, they're 11 feet in length, and they've just been discovered in this cave using 3D scans because they couldn't see them before. This is actually a trailer for everyone loves this actor. So it's a trailer for him. His new movie just, and this is Zeus, the tallest dog in the world. But see, we like moving you through the news so you don't feel tired and you don't feel exhausted. And this is a Friday thing. So we sit there and recommend what people should read, or watch, but we also give them longer reads because we know like on the weekend is when they can really jump into a feature. And this is also how we promote good journalism. When we see good journalism, we say, here is a great list of things that, when you have time on a weekend and you want to jump in, you can read. You don't have to go and look for it. We've already got it. And it's from around the world. It's from everywhere, from Indian sites to Los Angeles Times, to Atlantic, to Bon Appetit. It's everything. And we always end with this. So we are incredibly shamelessly silly. So we always have silly viral videos and cartoons because we want you to end your experience on a high note, on having laughed. We want you to leave us with a laugh. And this is a cartoon. This is a Pakistani singer who sings, Indian film songs. And this is what we call accidental cat art. So we've done a lot of thinking about walking you through the experience of news, right? We take you from what may be a very heavy place to something that gives you a break, to something that is, useful and informative to know, to something that's just delightful to know. And finally, to something that's just silly to know, to just silly to watch, to just enjoy. So we want you to run the gamut of experiences in that, but never feel like you've been shouted at. So we don't do outrage. We don't do rants. We don't get on a moral high mountain and a high house and say, look at this, what is happening? We are very clear about our values. Our values are progressive. Our values are liberal. We believe in democratic values, absolutely. Inclusiveness, free speech, equality, all of that. But we don't preach. We just give you the facts. And we say, this is what's true. And we respect your intelligence that if I tell you a story and I say, this is what happened, you will get the obvious takeaway from it. So that's, I think, a great example. If you want me to show you something else, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Lakshmi. We do have some questions though now. We have a question that says, are subscribers' feedback, preferences, reactions taken into consideration in the news curation?
Yes. So the email to email us is called Talk to Us. And you talk to us all the time, and I talk to you all the time as well. So there are, for example, there are great supporters of Elon Musk who thought one of our explainers on mask buying Twitter was not fair to him because he's trying to save the world. And we take time and we take energy to respond to that. We don't, it's not like a 2-line whatever. We will engage and we will say, well, why do you think we were, we think we included this and we included this. Now, why do you think we are still unfair? What do you think we were missing? Where is the view that you think we didn't include, etc. Right? A lot of our explainers, not a lot, but I would say a good chunk are because subscribers ask for them. So people will write in and say, I want an explainer on X. So we do explainers on commission because people ask for it. So we did one on metaverse because people wanted someone to explain metaverse to them. Someone wanted us to explain cryptocurrency to them or explain, things that people hear so much of but are very poorly explained. And sometimes it's just something that they're curious about. So we are always talking to them, and I also, and maybe I stopped sharing far too fast. Okay. I also want to show you this because this is how we launched. I had no money. I'd raised money. I was doing a startup, somewhat similar, not the same thing. And my co-founder and I, couldn't agree on what we were trying to build, so we broke up. But we'd already tapped out our friends and family, and I wasn't going back to ask them for more money. So I shut shop March 31st of 2020. If you remember, that's when the pandemic started. And when we shut shop, so many people wrote in to say, oh, please, 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 don't stop this. And so we did this founding member thing. And we raised the money we needed for our tech and our initial kind of, at least for me to give, some basic salary to the staff that had stuck by me, the 2 women. And we actually sort of ended up raising all the money. So we shut down March 31st. We launched Splainer on June 1st, 2020, in 2 months. And here's the funny thing that worked for us, which I don't know, maybe people want to think if they're doing. So I put this amount, 5 lakhs is, oh, I don't know what to say, what it is today. In dollars. What is 5 lakhs in dollars, man? I know like 7 lakhs is.
I'm bad with math, but I would say 5 lakh. I think in euros, because a lot of friends
Yes.
joining today are from Europe. Let's just take away two zeros from the end. So I think that's around 5,000 euros, roughly.
Yeah. So
around about 5,000 euros.
And upwards. So we just put it out there, and we did our angel round purely through subscribers. Purely through subscribers. We just closed an angel round of that, I know, in dollars, $100,000 in just 6 months. And it's people from around the world. It's Indians living in Dubai, Indians living in Dallas, Washington, in small towns in India like Kochi, who have become investors, so that our angel round, we never had to go to anybody, and we never had to approach anyone. I never had to go to a rich person and say, please give me money because, this is a worthy cause. These are people who just open their checkbooks and say, okay, fine. What do you need?
Incredible support.
Yes, amazing. So our relationships, and I think that's very important. It's like, if you want to be a storyteller, you have to have a relationship with the person who's listening to your story, because they're not going to trust your story, and they're not going to believe you, and they're not going to be interested in what you're telling them if they don't like you. It's very simple. If they don't like you, they're not. And we've been very, very open and very sort of, when it comes to our brand content, we are very upfront. It's telegraphed that this is branded content. We do very little of it because we're poor and no one wants to give 5,000 because we have a subscriber base of 5,000 people right now. But we also do something else which is interesting, and that's something maybe, and we're going to do it with Heritage Labs soon, which I'm really, really excited about, is that we have companies and organizations that we really believe in, and we encourage them to create one newsletter a month with content that promotes the work they do. So we have three people. We have Champaka, which is an independent bookstore. And we have Urbanaut, which again is a small really wonderful travel recommendations curated from locals. If you ever travel in India, please try Urbanaut, because I swear by it. And we're going to have Heritage Lab very soon, which is going to do culture. And the idea is that we don't make any money from it. But when they build a relationship with these brands, I know with Champaka now, most paying subscribers buy their books from there. People now are excited at having discovered Urbanaut. And I hope, when Medhavi does her first, newsletter, they will be excited to discover her and discover Heritage Lab and say, wow, I didn't even know this was here. How can I support it? How can I be part of it? So this is very much a different way of thinking about how you partner with ethical companies and ethical organizations doing ethical work, is actually using our relationship with our subscribers and creating that relationship. So, so if I showed you something like, I don't know, it's not working. Oh, it's here. Sorry. Okay. It's going to do that thing. Okay. I'm going to show you what the edition actually looks like, because I think it's an interesting way for you to think about how you do content, right? So we have this huge thing that goes every time the newsletter goes out. We say, like, why Champaka matters, because it's an independent bookstore in a world of ruled by Amazon. The same thing with Urbanaut. We talk about like why this is an important company. We'll do the same thing with Heritage Lab. So we really, really sort of create something where they have a relationship. So every time they think, it's not some stupid branded content ad that you're trying to get away from, or you're trying to skip over, or it's not something that you just see once. It's like building a relationship. It's just once a month, but you build a relationship, and then they always remember you because they start to rely on you and say, oh, I trust this person. So we take that trust and we carry it forward, and we say, you trust us, so we trust these people, and then they trust them. And that's really our model, about growing together. We are a little biased towards women. We're an all-women team. We have one very, very smart young man who's now in charge of marketing. But so far, there've been women-led businesses, but that doesn't mean it has to be women-led. We're looking at another business who does fantastic, called Locavo, who really is about sourcing local food and eating locally, and recapturing local cuisines that have been lost, actually. And one of the biggest, best-known chefs, actually, who started it, he ran a very successful restaurant called, he was a chef at Bombay Canteen. And so we're going to partner with him. So everything is very much about helping people understand how to make good decisions, and have good information. And in a way that's enjoyable, that is delightful, that's interesting, that makes them feel interesting. I always say the peacock brain is important. You have to feel interesting, because when you know something interesting, of course you want to share it. And if they say, oh, look what I know. And haven't you noticed that with kids? Every time, I have a 14-year-old, but every time she learns something really cool, even when she was 2 or whatever, she was always like, oh, look, mama, right? It's a very natural, lovely instinct in us. And it's just been turned to the dark side. And I think there's a way to, to use it in a different way.
Right. Thank you so much, Lakshmi. This has been wonderful. I think as a cultural professional, there's so much that we can take away from today's talk, Lakshmi, because I think we've all seen that time where newsletters were, just a collection of what is happening, calendar events, things to do, and that's it. Like, come for our next event. But now newsletters are more engaging. There's a direct contact. Also, with the rise of social media, I think examples like Splainer sort of drive us to that point where we start to reflect on the importance of building our own communities and nurturing that relationship with them. And Lakshmi showed us so many different ways we can tell the story to keep our community engaged. So I'm really grateful for this time, Lakshmi, today.
Yes, and I want to do one thing. So I'm going to use my own personal referral link and put it here. We might be a little India heavy for you, but I think, because of India and global, but you can try us for a month for free. Just check us out.
That's wonderful. I really recommend this to everyone, also to just get inspired. And I'd also just like to say that Rosa had left a comment in the Q&A section that in today's time when the attention span is about 8 seconds, I think we all saw that a Splainer keeps you engaged right till the very end, not just the first 8 seconds.
Yes, and actually, our average engagement time is 10 minutes in edition, and amongst that's average. It goes up to as high as 25. And the weird thing is what people do is they snack. Sometimes they don't read the whole thing, and then they'll come back to it at lunchtime, and they'll come back to it. So it's a very weird kind of magazine. Yeah, it's like a magazine. exactly. It's like a magazine experience. So you have a little bit, and then it's always there. So if you're bored, you go back to it, and then there's always going to be something there that's interesting. So I really hope, like, in the end, what I'm hoping for is if we can pivot towards the experience of news and stop thinking about it news and thinking about it as stories we need to tell people so they can understand what's happening and what the world is about. I think that is revolutionary in itself. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lakshmi, again. And now that we're all going to break into our tea, coffee break, I think just make sure that you've all got the Splainer referral link so you can check it out while you sip on your coffee.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice short break. Now a session that I think is really interesting for many people among us. So throughout the festival, we noticed that there is really a lot of interest in education and in different ways, tools, and work practices which keep the next generation of storytellers engaged, interested, and help them learn about the world. I have a pleasure to introduce Hannah Bloom-Teskey, who has been working in the education department of the Hunt Museum in Limerick, Ireland, since 2019, creating programs for engagement, both online and in the museum itself. Hannah's work in education has been informed by her art practice, which is centered around sculpture, digital media, and filmmaking. Welcome, Hannah. And with Hannah, there is Luigia Palumbo, who is a biologist, a teacher in science and mathematics in middle school. She's also a teacher trainer and author of science and maths teaching materials. Her educational projects are both manual and digital. And as she says, teaching is her passion. So Hannah and Luigia, please bring some of your passion to this next session.
So next slide, please. I'm very glad to participate in this festival. My name is Luigia Palumbo, and I teach mathematics and science at Capozzi Galilei Institute, located in Valenzano, municipality of metropolitan area of Bari. It's a school open to innovation and experimentation, focused on the students' needs, and it aims to put the students at the center of learning as people and future citizens. Next slide, please. I applied to participate in Built with Beats, seeing it as an opportunity to undertake a new educational path for both myself and my students. They are 12 years old. I had previous experience working with augmented reality and virtual worlds, but I had never used Mozilla Hubs, spoke by Mozilla, and European resources before entering the project. So it was exciting to learn something new. Next, please. Discovering Europeana and working in Mozilla Hubs was highly motivating and allowed the students to contribute to a collaborative and cooperative project. This way, they built their skills through the teacher guidance, acting as a facilitator and the peers collaboration, avoiding mnemonic study. Next slide, please. I avoided traditional lessons focused on the teacher, preferring innovative methodologies such as the jigsaw method. The class was divided into 3 groups of 6-7 students, each of which chose an anatomical system. Working in small groups, each student, including foreign students and students with special needs, made their own contribution to the project, helped by their peers. Next slide, please. It was interesting to involve the students in manual and digital activities carried on collectively and individually. Augmented reality was very useful as through the virtuality worn by a student, everyone was able to observe the structures of the body on both macroscopic and microscopic levels. Next slide, please. Anatomical Open Air Museum is a project that consists of an immersive scientific and cultural space virtually located in Aitre Valley in our region. Our initial idea was to build a surrealistic museum featuring elements which could not coexist in reality. We wanted to create an original exhibition without walls, characterized by symmetry, like our body, immersed in the harmony of the famous Trulli of UNESCO World Heritage. Trulli are ancient sustainable buildings located in Apulia, which don't require heating or air conditioning. Now we will take a look at a short video that shows a panoramic of the immersive environment. Can you run the video, please? Okay, the next slide, please. Our project perfectly aligns with the thematic axis of the new European Bauhaus. It's the result of the students' collective design, and it includes different subjects. It bridges science, mathematics, history, technology, art, civic and digital education, and foreign languages such as English and Chinese. All texts were translated into English by the students, and the 2 quizzes were translated in Chinese too. Next slide, please. Our project connects with the nature, environment, and the local culture. As truly are sustainable buildings, we thought to use a solar system for our virtual museum. Next slide, please. Our museum is an open area which everyone can access and look at the Europeana's ancient drawings. European resources were used not only for human systems, but for quizzes and also in the summative assessment I propose at the end of the project. Next slide, please. The project focuses on craftsmanship and digital innovation. Great attention was paid towards inclusiveness of foreign students and students with special needs, one of the key elements of the new European House. Next slide, please. The biggest difficulty was making the videos because it was the first experience for many students. Next slide. The exhibition is structured as follows. For each human system, the students researched ancient drawing and models in Europeana. Each human system was characterized by the ancient drawing of Europeana, a summary about anatomy and physiology, material organs, and a video about concerning the physiology of the human system. Huge organs were located with the purpose of orienting the visitors. Next slide. After visiting our museum, you can answer 2 quizzes concerning human anatomy and physiology. And before going out, you can give us a constructive feedback by answering the questions on evaluation panels beside our self-evaluation. Next slide, please. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy it. I wrote in the chat the link so you can have a look of our project.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah, and it was already kind of explained who I am, but just to kind of recap on that a little bit. I work in education in the Hunt Museum in Limerick in Dublin, in Limerick in Ireland, and I work in education primarily, but for the last 8 months or so, I've been working on the art of reading in the Middle Ages, or the ARMA project with Europeana, which kind of looks to engage and highlight the importance of reading in Europe in the Middle Ages, and how it became such a crucial part of the time. And it brings together collections of manuscripts from all around Europe. So it was a really exciting project to be a part of. And as part of that, I created several learning resources aimed at both primary and post-primary school children for use in the classroom. So I'm going to be talking about one of them today in detail, and I might touch on some of the others as well. But the one I'm looking at today is called Reading Aloud, which was an interactive game that I created. I think it should change. There we go. Yeah, so yeah, it's working now. So it was aimed at primary school children. So that's between the ages of 4 and 12, but it was kind of mostly focused at about 10 to 12-year-olds. And it was part of the Armour project. And I suppose this is a lecture about storytelling. So the story that the game was trying to tell the children was the story of reading in the past, specifically how reading developed over time. And it looked at forms of reading in the past that we may not even think of as reading, such as reading cave art or animal tracks. So anything that involves looking at symbols and trying to figure out what they mean. It also encouraged children to think about the developments in reading and to not take for granted the format of reading that we have today, where we look at letters on a page and are able to get meaning from them. It also encouraged them to think about how reading in the past might have been different from reading today. For example, in the medieval period, as the name of the resource suggests, most reading was done out loud, whereas today, the vast majority of reading that we do is silently, and it's a very individual experience. So that was kind of the aim of what the game was trying to tell to the children. There's a number of considerations that I had to think about when I was making this, because it was going to be an online game bringing together collections from all around Europe. And there's a number of opportunities and challenges that would be faced. So I was trying to plan them out in advance. And some of the main opportunities include, we'd be bringing collections from around Europe together, which is really exciting from a storytelling perspective, because it would mean that the Hunt Museum, for example, has a very limited number of medieval objects, some really special ones. But if we're able to combine it with objects from around Europe using Europeana and the other partner institutions, we'd be able to tell a really exciting story that gave a more holistic picture of the Middle Ages and could tell more interesting stories within that. And it would also pave the way for sort of curatorial experiments when it came to the storytelling. So what happens when we put two objects beside each other? What kind of story does that tell? And how can we change them in different contexts? Another opportunity was the integration of new media and platforms. So it was all going to be online. So this game is a good example of kind of new media that was going to be engaged for the project. And also within the game, how can we integrate other forms of new media, such as sound, video, all of these kinds of things. A really important consideration that I've faced as an educational practitioner in museums has been, particularly during the COVID-19 lockdown, when we had to recreate our educational offerings for the online. We found ourselves kind of thinking, oh, how can we take this program that we've always delivered in person as a tour for students in the museum, and how can we turn it into an online resource? And we ended up, in some cases, directly translating the in-person workshop into an online one. And I don't think that was the best way to do it. So one of the opportunities here for me was to, how can I use the inherent qualities of the digital to make this really exciting and not just directly try and replicate an in-person workshop. And finally, kind of a really exciting opportunity was the fact that it was COVID lockdown and there was a demand for these online resources. And there still continues to be going forward now. It seems to be quite integrated into student learning. So there's an opportunity there to kind of gain from the experience of teachers and also to provide resources going forward. Some of the challenges that I had to bear in mind were the fact that we were aiming this at students across Europe, not just for one country. And different countries have different curricula. So how can we make the resource relevant to schools and teachers across Europe, and sustainable considering all the different curricula? Also rethinking the role of the facilitator was important. I'm used to giving tours or workshops in person in a museum where I can facilitate the students and kind of guide the conversations that happen. But when it's online, I can't really do that in the same way because I'm not physically there. I never get to meet them. I don't know how they've got on with the resource and that kind of thing. So kind of rethinking my role was an important part of that. Another one was to support the teachers' delivery of the programs. And in order to do that, what we did was I created a number of additional resources. So Europeana learning scenarios, which would show how things like the game can be integrated into a classroom environment as part of a wider program. Finally, a big challenge is that novelty can be effective as a hook, but it's insufficient in itself for a learning resource, and more substantial learning objectives are required. So it's not good enough for something to just have a novelty when it's in an educational setting linked with school and the curriculum. It needs to have more substantial learning outcomes. So the process that I carried out was I used Adobe InDesign, which was quite a basic platform for making games. It was the first game that I made, so it was, that was okay. I wasn't going to be doing anything too crazy in it, but I would have loved as well to have had more variety in terms of the types of activities that I could have created for the students within the game. They ended up being quite quiz-based, with some kind of interactive multimedia aspects as well. But I think it worked out quite well. I collaborated with Dr. Eleanor Giroux from the University of Limerick, and she did some fantastic research on melodic lection marks, and they are marks that you might see on a medieval manuscript, and they look kind of like punctuation, but they're actually marks to indicate how it should be read out loud. So they're almost like music notation, which is really interesting. And we were able to come up with some performance-based activities for the students as part of the program, the wider program as well. And yeah, we created a complete educational package, including lesson plans, a workbook, and performance-based activities. So I'm going to flick through the game now. This should work. I won't go through every aspect of it, but I'll kind of go through some of the main points. So it's broken into a few different sections. Part one is reading through history. So looking at reading, what is reading, and getting students to think about reading as more than just looking at alphabetical letters. So today people read many different things: books, computers, newspapers. And then getting students to think about what does that mean if you're reading quietly alone? You select your answer and allowed together is incorrect. What does it actually mean to read quietly alone? And we cover that a little bit later in the game. In this is a section I'd like to go through, because what I did in this section was I took a sentence, this one here: over time, the way we write has changed to make reading easier. And I show how the sentence would have been written in the year 2000 BC. And obviously that's quite difficult to read. There's a number of things missing. So what I do over the next couple of pages of the game is I show how the sentence would have evolved over time with the developments in reading through the ages. So, 1,000 years later, something else was added. I'm kind of demonstrating what vowels and consonants are. So obviously the correct answer is vowels. Then, in 2000 BC, Punctuation marks made things a lot easier to read as well, because it kind of broke up the sentence into more manageable chunks. You can see an explanation of what punctuation is here. And it's also kind of encouraging students to practice things like, you know, their reading abilities and their ability to recognize punctuation and letters and that kind of things. Then kind of as we go on, it gets even more similar to what we're used to seeing today, because obviously we end up with lowercase letters. And then finally, this looks much more like something that we're used to reading. And this is kind of the point at where reading started to become silent, because it was easier to read silently when the words were broken up like that. So it was kind of introducing students to the development in reading in a kind of interactive way. I also wanted students to think about the implications of reading silently and reading out loud. So when you read silently, it's a very private experience, whereas reading out loud is often public, or it might be social, where you can discuss things that you've learned. And then finally, this section, I wanted to kind of demonstrate to students what a medieval library would be like if everyone was reading aloud. And I wanted to incorporate some multimedia elements into this section. So what I did was I took some manuscript examples from the partners in Europeana, and I asked the partners to record a little recording of them reading out a section of the manuscript to animate our monks here, so that the students can explore and almost eavesdrop into what they're reading. So I'll click on something briefly, but we've got the original language the manuscripts are written in, the English translation, and then a link to viewing the physical manuscript as well. So
then the charming damsel walked forward, like dawn emerging from within the clouds.
You can sit down and listen to it. And we tried to pick sort of child appropriate ones
and had
too.
long done so, was then
Click on there. So that is the end of the game, and the game is really intended as the introduction to the topic of the wider program. So there's further learning scenarios and activities for the students that follow on from this. So let me go back to here. Oh, sorry. So there was a number of limitations with a digital project like this. The first one being there's kind of limited experience of object materiality and embodiment. So, you know, it's all great to see the illustrations and the manuscripts and images of the manuscripts online, but you miss out on actually standing in front of the real object itself. Digital access was a big thing, particularly in Ireland. I'm aware that there's inequality with how much access students have to the internet and computers. So that's definitely a limitation. And then technical issues and support. I mean, I wasn't able to be there if the teachers were struggling or had any technical issues. So that was definitely a limitation as well. But I created a technical guide to assist them with it. Some of the benefits were that it enables engagement from a wider audience. So bringing together partner institutions and reaching them subsequently as well. Enables students to consider collections from around the world together, providing a greater context and understanding of the time period. It enables active participation from students. So that's the kind of novelty factor that we were talking about. And I found with other educational projects that I've done that are kind of gamified, teachers have told me, kind of gave me feedback that students that wouldn't normally engage with academia or feel empowered by academia suddenly were much more intrigued by the kind of gamified environment. And finally, engagement and understanding of objects in new ways. You know, they get to hear the manuscripts being read out. They get to look at the illustrations in them that they may have never noticed before. And I think that's the end of my project. I think this is another video that I made as part of the project. And will I talk about it now, or will I think maybe might form part of the discussion later?
Thank you, Hannah. I think we can leave it now for later, because I want to know more about the things you've been doing for the ARMA project. All of the things you've created are fascinating. Actually, there's already a comment in the chat saying how impressed is about your work. So thank you also, Luigia. First of all, hello, everyone. My name is Isabel Crespo. I'm the one taking care of the education area in Europeana. Thanks to the organizers of this wonderful event and dear colleagues for inviting these two inspiring professionals of our education community to share with you and showcase their innovative products, as you have seen. I think it's impossible to imagine education without cultural heritage, and now even less without digital technologies and a good storytelling technique behind. So by providing, and I'm not discovering anything because this is what you have been hearing over the last 2 days, that providing a better understanding of the past, students, particularly for the education sector, their understanding of the past, students can make connections with their present, with their own lives, and also give meaning to the future. But at the same time, for teachers, it makes their life easier because they can contextualize ideas and concepts, sometimes very complex ones, making them more accessible to different kind of students. And the project of Luigia, I think it's a good example because she's been working with students with special needs. But I think most importantly is that digital storytelling is a great tool, and again, as you've seen and observed in the previous sessions, to tackle issues, social issues, to break stereotypes, and to build bridges between communities, generations, and cultures, which is a very challenging one in education. So I would make a few questions to our speakers, but please join me in solving any questions you may have, or take the opportunity to know more about this project directly from our speakers. But I would like to ask them about that they've been using very different technologies for their projects. In the case of Luigia, it was done because this is the requirement of the Build with Bit projects, to work with an immersive technology, and particularly with Mozilla Hubs. But I would like, in Hannah's case, she chose the best technology for the purpose of the learning outcome, learning objective she had in mind. But I would like to know from them which were the pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages of using this particular technology to reach a young audience students in that case. I don't know if Hannah, Luigia.
Okay. It was very easy to engage my students because they love virtual worlds, because they play games, video games. So it was easy to propose them a project about virtual worlds. The proposed experience represents a new way of portraying an educational path, because it is not focused on the narrator, but on the interaction between the elements of the immersive environment and the visitors. The narrator is the immersive environment itself. It tells our story, it tells our project. So it's a new opportunity for the visitors, because if he wears 3D viewer, he feels to be inside our park, our museum, and he can listen and hear the noises, the sounds of the park. That is very similar to a real park. He can move and discover all the elements of the project. So the visitor is not passive but active, because he interacts with the environment using various resources and answering questions and quizzes. The visitor is free to choose what he wants to see and when. So he is not trapped in a cognitive and sequential path planned by others. The difficulty of this kind of product is about the time, because we need lots of time. We spent 25 hours to realize this project, and all the science curriculum was developed with this project. The anatomy and the physiology of human was developed by the Built with Bits project.
Thank you very much, Luigia.
And I think from my perspective, I suppose the biggest advantage is that it brings to life an aspect to the program. It encourages, active participation from students, and they get to kind of critically think about answers and engage with the material that's on their screen. However, I think it was with the platform that I used to make it, which was InDesign. I think there was a lot of kind of limitations in terms of what you could actually do, and I would have really loved to have brought more creativity into the game. So maybe some kind of like art element in the game, and things that InDesign just don't really allow you to do. But the great thing about gamification is that the prospects are limitless, and I'm really excited now that I've made this one to see what opportunities there are with other platforms going forward.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I totally agree. This is one of the trends happening very strong over the last years in education, gamification, edutainment. And I just read from a webinar recently that the game industry is getting bigger than the cinema and the literature industry together. So it was a bit something that we need to follow up and to bring citizenship education to this kind of industry. So I think it's the projects that you are doing. It's really helpful to give students another approach to gamification, to games, as they normally have. So another question I had for you both was, I know that you've been working with technology, so you are a bit familiar, maybe Hannah less, because as a museum educator, she found this transition overnight because of the pandemic, as you mentioned. For the case of teachers, this transition was happening since a bit ago. There's an interest, or there was an interest from the European Commission to support schools in Europe to make this journey speed it up, and with the pandemic, this was even more. But I know that Luigia has a lot of expert in digital technologies and how to use them in STEAM education. But I would like to know from you, which have been, or what would you recommend to other colleagues, to other museum educators, to other teachers that want to use digital cultural heritage and digital technologies to design these digital stories, to make accessible the past or the story or some learning outcomes to students? Which are the things that you have highlighted already during your presentation, some of the challenges and the opportunities? But I don't know, for instance, I'm thinking about that you've been addressing primary education. So how challenging this is just because of the age of the students or special needs. So which are the things that you would recommend to someone that is less acquaintance, less familiar with this kind of technologies to first have in mind, to keep attention before entering to design something like that? Age of the students, type of technology, their licenses, something that we know it's a bit problematic sometimes, where to find open, free content, or where to find things that you can use for educational purposes. Hannah, maybe you would like to start.
Yeah. Do you want to go first, Luigi? I'm happy to go second.
So it's important to show students, for example, the structure of Europeana platform and how to select and download open license resources. A teacher can begin by consulting the learning scenarios published by other colleagues and be inspired by them for their experimentation, adjusting them to their classes. This one is about Europeana resources. For digital tools, I think that it's better to start with the simple digital tools. Immersive experiences I arrived to produce an environment that is immersive after many years after using simple digital tools. Because, for example, to build this kind of museum, we use Spoke by Mozilla. And then the building can be exported in Mozilla apps, but you need a little bit of experience with this tool before starting.
My answer is actually quite similar. Is to kind of start with small projects and to gain experience using it, because often the building of the experience takes so much time. And I definitely found that with making this game, is that figuring out how to use the software and its limitations and having all these grand ideas for it and realizing, okay, no, I have to pare them back a lot, you know, it can be a bit frustrating and you can hit a lot of roadblocks. So I think, yeah, starting small with small projects and then gradually building up is what I would advise. And also, I think, and it's something I mentioned in my presentation, but not to get too lost in the technology and to remember that you're using it as a teaching tool, and that there's kind of no point in creating a game as a teaching tool if it's not actually going to give them substantial learning outcomes by the end of it. And many students are very tech savvy. So really it's kind of, it won't seem that new to them once they get into it after a few minutes, kind of a thing. So I think, yeah, having some really grounded learning outcomes is really, really important as well.
Thank you very much to both. I have a small question for Luigia. One of our participants in the festival is asking some technologies, some applications, some things probably ready to use, that this is what mainly teachers, educators need for maths, for teaching maths. After that, if we have time, I don't know, because I would like to relate quickly with what Hannah just mentioned, that sometimes we get lost in technology, but some formats are extremely easy to produce, like the video she prepared for another learning scenario. And let's see if we have time, but please, Luigia, maybe we can help our participant with your expertise and knowledge.
Yes, I think that, for example, we have to start observing what our students like. For example, for maths, last years, I proposed an experience in Minecraft. So they create a park with building about the geometrical shapes. So we developed the geometry in an environment that was built by the students in Minecraft. Or I use, for example, to create some quizzes I give them a topic and then they write the questions and the answer, then create the quizzes, for example, in Kahoot or quizzes, and then there is a game inside the class. So they win, they lost, and it's a competition, but it's a good competition with their tools, what they have built, not the games of the others.
Thank you very much, Luigia. I think that you finished with the keynote to understand what they like, what they need, and how to bring the content through this means. So thank you very much to both Hannah and Luigia. I will share in the chat the video that Hannah produced for another learning scenario for you again to see easy ways for digital storytelling. And I pass over to my colleagues. Enjoy the festival. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this session. Education is always interesting and there's always a lot to explore and learn. We have an educational Facebook group, so if you want to talk to various educators from across Europe on various topics, create materials together, join. It's a very lively and fun place to be. And now we have another great session, which is about something that's it's quite experimental and unusual. It's about an artwork who started all art historical undertaking and investigation, looking at the way how art, propaganda, politics, society meet, and also questioning the place of art gallery or national art gallery as an institution and its place in society. And I have a great pleasure to introduce the director of the Slovak National Gallery, Aleksandra Kusa, who is an art historian, PhD holder, curator, and writer. Enjoy the session.
Thank you. Hello. And I'm also living in the 19th century, so this is kind of hard for me. Is it everything working with you? From my side?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Sorry,
Sorry.
if you can pass Alexandra the control.
I'm very sorry that I didn't get how the technical should be. So I can use the I don't know how to forward the picture.
Yeah, you just click the button on your computer to change the slides if everything goes well.
Which one? I told my colleagues that I'm not good for this. Okay. Sorry.
There is a little bit of a delay. So
okay, I got it.
When you
now
click,
I have it.
Take a breath and then you can continue. Perfect.
Yeah, I have it. Perfect. I can start. Sorry. There is always must be someone like me during the things like this. Okay, I have my colleagues asked me to introduce to you our special program, which was called Action Z, what was a really very strange name for something, especially in these times, but we're going to talk about this strange thing with the Z later. And it all started with Stalin and with this strange picture we found in one press agency. It should be from the year 1952, and it pretended to be a real situation. Now we know all the propaganda, how it looks like, so I'm not so sure if it was real or if it was a fan from the photographer who was making of the official agency. But the program is all going to be about Stalin was showing to the public as someone who is saint. And our program and our book was called Lost Saint, and it was not only a history, it was also a story. Then we published a book, then we made a painting, then we invented some programs, and all the programs gain a lot. They're not so digital maybe, but it might be very nice to see for other galleries how you can work with one idea very, very several ways. It all started with one exhibition. It was called Interrupted Song. It was very, very back in 2012 when our gallery started to deal with the art of socialist realism. It was a very hard time for our art, and it was not very well, it wasn't liked by art historian, not by public. Everyone disliked this part of the history. People were not sure if we should show it, how to deal with it. But we decided to have an exhibition. And for this exhibition, we decided to have a Stalin statue, the big one. It was almost 5 meters high in bronze in front of our gallery. And of course, happened what usually happens during when you do something like that in a public space. We decided to have it outside, not because we wanted to provoke the public, but because it was so big, it was unable to have it inside. But we thought with this huge poster telling about the exhibition, everything is going to be answered. And also, we really liked the position of the statue. It wasn't dominating to the square. It looked more like a doorman. But the public was not very pleased with it. But it was, after all, very nice advertising for the programs and for the exhibitions, and we had a very, very good visitors count. Because of this action and the reaction of people, we decided that we need to work more with the subject of the totalitarian art, to explore it more, to make some books, to devote more time to explain this really hard time of our past. So, and it was exhibition about what we call now Stalinist social realism. And it wasn't only about art, it was also about the context, about the cultural policy, about people's fate, about the tragedies, and about all the behind the scenes. Because it wasn't monsters who were dealing with art at that time, or ordinary people. Here, there are artists at the political training. What is funny about this picture is that there wasn't much more artists, living artists and working artists in Slovakia at that time. So it wasn't so hard to have a political training for all artists. And during dealing with this exhibition, we find out that there was a huge painting. It was almost 10 to 10 meters, and it was devoted to Stalin. And it was called Thanksgiving of Czech and Slovak people to Generalissimo Stalin. And it was a great story behind the commission of the painting, about the story, how the painting was made, about the people who did it. And then the painting, after a few years, disappeared, and by now it's lost. It was a very huge one. This is a little bit better picture of it. We have one colorful color one, but the color one is from 50s, and the colors were not very good. They were not real, and it didn't look well. So we are using this black and white image. These are the trio of the painter who were dealing with the painting, and they did it with this big realistic approach, sketching people in nudes, using the real models, having built a special place for the painting. And after that, the painting was displayed during the opening of a special Czechoslovak and Soviet friendship exhibition. It was the main work. As you can see, it was a big fun during the opening. And very shortly, it was in 52, and very shortly after that, the painting disappeared. What was strange for me special, because I was the curator of the exhibition, and I found this painting and I discovered that it's lost and we just are not able to obtain it for the exhibition, is that they started to paint it at the same time as the monster process with the intellectual in Czechoslovakia started. And the most famous monster process with Milada Horakova, the very feminist and democrat, this is the landmark process of the whole horrifying socialist era, started at the same time as they started to paint the painting. And then and afterwards I decided that always this painting was somewhere in my mind, and I was just curious how it happened that it's lost and it disappeared. And during the pandemic, I asked one writer, we had a wider time, that we should make a book about the painting. And my first idea, it should be a comic book, because the paintings got everything what we expect from the propaganda painting, and also a great story. And we started to work on a book which we called, and it's called officially now, it's first Czech and Slovak detective story with art historian, plot, comics, and a historical lesson. This is how the book looks like. The writer who was helping was from the Czech part. Also the illustrator and the graphic designer, the colleagues, they were from the Czech part. So, and even the book is written in Czech and Slovak, and it's about two art historians, a girl from Slovakia and a boy from the Czech part, who are looking for the painting. And this was my first sketches for the graphic designer. They probably a little horrified him when I was trying to explain him that we have a detective story and we won't have the book as a real detective story, but on the other hand, we would like to have all the notes and all the pictures to explain the hard times of the 50s to the young generation, because we find out that the people, they don't get it now. This is how my very amateur thinking of it, how it looks now. But it's a real detective story, but with all these notes and these explainings with a lot of pictures and all various materials. Some are kind of fun, some are more scientific, some are just, but it's not with the numbers how it is usually. It's more playful way. So it's not, when you are reading the story, it's not interrupting you. And also there is a comic stories, comic strips in the book, and they are devoted to a history of the painting. So there are two lines, one historical line and one current line. The current one is the detective story. And we are also answering with art historian tools why the work disappeared. But the main reason was the year when the work was done was the end of the 52 year. And in the March of 53, Stalin was dead. And there was a problem what to do with the painting, which is glorifying Stalin, who suddenly died. For us, it seems like it's not a big problem, but for people during the 50s, there were really a lot of, they were kind of, it's funny, but they were kind of superstitious and really afraid of what can, how can some things be taken if there is not going to a problem? Am I okay? Is this not too much? Is this not too little? So it was a better way just to let the painting disappear. Yeah, this is how it happened. This is how it looked like in Czechoslovakia when it happened. All the newspaper, even the fashion magazines, they had Stalin on the cover, and also our local Stalin. His name was Gottwald, who died because he went sick on a Stalin's funeral, got caught, and he died a few days after. So it was a double shock in Czechoslovakia. And it was all these strange things happening. These are people that at 12 o'clock, when all the bells were ringing in Czechoslovakia, people were standing next to their machines, buildings, everything, staying and praying for, not praying because praying was not good, but silently worshiping Stalin. So it was really strange situation. And also it was a big problem for the communist society how to deal with that, because the propaganda and everything was dealing with shiny and happy and aesthetics, and that was something completely different. That was only heroic and connected with Second World War, but not with the current communist situation. So there were these really very strange things like this. This is this Slovak version of Stalin, Mr. Gottwald, and he was also, as a Lenin, placed in this glass coffin, like the fairy tale about the Snow White. It was a real thing. And during this working on this book, and we collected so much material, so we decided to work on more and more. And the next step was what we called the Akcia Z, Action Z, what was in 2020, and we had really some very strange feelings about the Z letter because of the current situation, but it was also something what proved us right, that we are dealing with such hard subjects, because unfortunately they are very up to date even now. And we called it Art Historical Expedition. First translation was undertaking what in current circumstances is even more strange. And expedition was about it was again the time of the coronavirus. So we asked a painter, contemporary painter, to make a replica. Of course, not a slavery replica, but his own author's replica of the painting, because we wanted to see how it is if you are standing in the front of such a huge propaganda artwork. This is other strange thing about Slovak art. Everything we have is small. We don't have these huge paintings. We know them from Russia, from that period, or from other post-communist country. In Slovakia, everything was really very small. So we decided to recreate this painting, and because we are the gallery, also use this, let's call it painter's action as a main theme for all kind of programs we can do. So the author turned the atrium of the Slovak National Gallery into his studio, and he started to deal with the painting, and he was recreating again the artwork from the 50s. And it was even better during the corona, because we know that the gallery is not empty, that something is going on. So it had some other nice moment. This is from the period, just to see how big the painting is. Now the work is finished, and we decided, he was working on it almost a year. The trio from the original painting, they did it for 2 years, but we helped him with some technologies. We projected the contours and so on. So it was much easier for him. We asked him if he wants some students to help him or some other painters. He decided to do it by him alone. He decided to do it in this black and white version and also without the Stalin. So it was his own approach. It's not a perfect replica. It's there is not everything there. And because of the budget, we decided that when we ran out of the money for the project, he stopped to paint. So that's why it's unfinished. And then we used the empty space for special projection. There is a special place in the gallery when, if you are staying there, the projection of you in the same place as the Stalin is in the real time, and you can feel like you are the part of the adoration. And of course, for us, it was a very good background to discuss themes like how banal the evil is, all these questions Hannah Arendt posted, and to see and to show that the people who are doing horrible things are not the monsters, but there can be anyone. And all these questions, these hard questions connecting with the period of the totalitarian states. And also we use it for various programs about the realistic painting, about the art for art made to order with students. Also the painter was very helpful. He was explaining a lot. He was dealing with all kinds of programs. He was even doing a special workshop with public to recreate the painting, to explain them how to make a copy, what is the copy, what is the original, and all these questions which are very interesting in the art debate now. And we also use this as a place for collaboration. This one was with Slovak National Gallery, theater. The theater was closed, and we find out that in the repertoire of the Slovak National Theater, there are 3 plays with a totalitarian theme. So we asked the actors, and they made 3 very short special parts from their dramatic parts with the paintings. One was about the Leni Riefenstahl, the other one was from the play Russian Diaries, and the third one was from the process of Mrs. Horakova. And we shoot it in a gallery, and it was another extension of the project. So again, expedition was in the theater. And also we prepared a special website. We collected all these programs and all these surroundings. And also 9 podcasts with a very well-known history, not a gallery podcast, but established history podcast about the problems of art and totalitarian and communist time. And it was really very, it had much bigger reach than when the gallery is doing something like that by themselves. Of course, with number of schools and a big number of various partners from Czech and Slovak Republic to deal with all kinds of educational programs and cooperations. And also, we didn't want to be alone. And it was also very hard in our gallery to explain to colleagues that we are going to paint this painting, because really in post-communist countries, it's a very hard times of art. There are still art historians who think it's not art what was producing at the times. So we were very pleased that this our art historian expedition was also a side event of the Cold Revolution exhibition, which was done by Jerome Bazin and Joanna Kordiak in National Gallery in Warsaw. And we also had few online programs together about the painting, about what we are doing. And it was actually working even through the Corona strange times very well. At the end, we still have the painting in the gallery, and we have now other intervention. The current times give us an opportunity to use it, not only to put the Ukrainian flag, but also raise our voice with what we do with art, with the programs, and be a part of this culture policy debate, not only by showing some signs of how we really feel and how we don't like something or do like, but to do it with art. What is something what we are trying to do at the National Gallery at almost 10 years by now. So this was the second intervention with this Nosferatu and all the explanations behind. And that's it about art historian expedition. Thank you.
Thank you for this. It's been really interesting and very fun to see how many outputs you can actually get in a different ways. I have a question about the detective story. So how did you go about writing the plot?
Oh, it was, we asked the real author. Actually, he's not a person from the literature world. He's more from the gallery education. And we asked him to help us with the book because there was a track record. Mr. Andre, he's got a track record. And I asked him, because he's an art historian, that he can use a detective story, because the detective story, this what we call hard-boiled school, it's something what have a very special narrative, and you can perfectly use it. So, and the story is about how these two people are in Prague looking and trying to find the painting. And actually we really did it. Some of the scenes from the from the book are based on the real life. But the girl is very beautiful, of course, and he's very
amazing. And how did it work with like Slovak and Czech language version? Was it translated? Was it like written in parallel?
Yeah, we tried it. We you know, for older generation like me, it's perfectly working. Probably for the young people, it's not so easy, but it's basically the book is in Czech. What is strange, because the Slovak National Gallery is the one who was publishing it, but the writer is from the Czech part, and only the lines of the Slovak girl, of the Slovak art historian in the book are in Slovak. So it's only the conversations are Czech and Slovak.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm Polish, so I kind of understand the situation, but I thought it's interesting for the others to see how it can happen, and also the countries that history.
Some people have a problem with it, but
I know. Another thing about international cooperation. So how did you convince, for example, Zahenta, which is my favorite gallery in my hometown, to work with you on that?
Oh, they asked us when they were preparing Cold Revolution exhibition. We had a very nice chat with Joanna, and she was really surprised. And there was even a lot of loans from our collection. Even the pictures, both pictures on the catalogs are from the collection of the Slovak National Gallery. Thank you, Anna. And I find first time in my art historian life, people from other countries who were so much interesting about the period I was also. So I really wanted to do something with them. And this is what we decided to do.
Great. And then maybe a few words about the podcast, because you said it was a famous podcast. How did you get them on board? And how was kind of translating something that's very visual into listening experience?
We were lucky because we are a small country and the podcast is now running like for 3 years and they have a problems to find interesting hosts. So we as the gallery, it's harder and harder for the people. It's a historical podcast. So we offer them that we can make for them a find 9 topics. It wasn't all of them about the painting and the gallery, only 2 of them. One was about the architecture, the social communist time architecture. Another one was about the painting, and the others we asked them and gave them other interesting people, like from the literature background. It was all connecting very lightly to the theme. But at the beginning, at the end, and at the finish, there was a nice commercial for the painting and for the program of the National Gallery.
And out of all the formats that you explored with the project, which one was the most rewarding or successful with the audience reach and engagement?
It's hard to say. Probably the one which was the most useful was what we were working with schools. We made for them the whole workshops and for teachers how to teach such a complicated period. For me, it was the experience of doing a painting in a gallery, because usually you don't have a painter in a gallery. You are much more proper.
No, this was absolutely special and such giant paintings. I really got kind of interested in that because I saw a picture of this painting just being enormous.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's our biggest actually. And now we don't know what to do with it.
What do you mean?
No, we would like, but we probably are going to keep it. And there is behind, we are under the reconstruction. There is the second part of the gallery. So probably we are just going only to cut a hole for the doors and it will stay there.
Oh, okay. But will it be digitized and available online in his
there is a special site for it, and you even have this time machine, and you can see how it was.
Yeah, so I saw the timeline part, which you kind of see step by step.
Yes, but
you know, you also
the
have
whole
like
9 months.
You have like the tripwire that you can see the image in his entire kind of space.
We use it for all kind of formats. What was really win-win during the corona.
Nice, amazing. Thank you very much for that. I feel like it was really a story of how your enthusiasm resulted in like so many ways of talking about this painting and the story and in so many outputs. It's also great to share some history of Eastern Europe. I find it amazing. It's not something that is spoken so much online. And Maggie just shared the website, so everyone interested, please go and check it out.
Thank you very much and have a nice rest of the conference.
Digital cultural heritage collections are amazing. There's so much to explore. So, how do you make sure that the stories you tell through your blogs, exhibitions, events, social media and apps really capture the imaginations of your audience? Here are 7 tips to help.
Histórias pessoais trazem o passado para a vida. Pensa como podes apresentar experiências pessoais e mergulhar no significado humano de um evento ou de um objeto. E lembra-te, deves ser sensível aos contextos sociais e culturais das diferentes audiências.
כולנו רוצים ללמוד ממומחים, אבל זה לא צריך להיות משימה. בחר שפה נגישה וימנע מג'ארגון איפה שאתה יכול. בנוסף להיות מומחה ומושכל, אתה יכול להיות גם ניסיוני ושובבי.
Porta alla luce il patrimonio nascosto. Riesci a trovare storie che non sono state raccontate altrove? Considera chi manca nella foto. Cerca gemme nascoste. Le collezioni digitali ne hanno molte. Il tuo pubblico può essere una fonte di idee? E anche i tuoi collaboratori?
Digitale culturele collecties zijn een geweldige bron voor beeld. Onderbreek lange teksten of verhalen met afbeeldingen, video's of audiofragmenten. Gebruik hoge kwaliteit afbeeldingen en nodig mensen uit om erop in te zoomen en nieuwe dingen te ontdekken. Experimenteer en speel.
Να προσκαλέσετε τους επισκέπτες σας σε ένα προγραμματισμένο ταξίδι. Επίσης, η πλοήγησή σας πρέπει να είναι απλή, έτσι ώστε να ξέρουν οι ίδιοι πού βρίσκονται. Και δώστε τους τις οδηγίες όταν μπορείτε. Ενώ βοηθήστε τους εάν δεν είναι δυνατόν να τους δώσετε συγκεκριμένες οδηγίες.
Jede Geschichte braucht eine Handlung. Gibt es ein besonderes Bild, Zeichen oder ein Ereignis, das den Kern deiner Erzählung gut beschreibt? Verbinde die Details deines Themas miteinander zu einem großen Ganzen. Es ist wirklich so, persönliche Geschichten und gut ausgewählte Bilder sind sehr hilfreich.
Le storie relative al patrimonio culturale devono essere basate sui fatti, ma non temere di utilizzare parole, immaginari o approcci descrittivi ed evocativi. Invita lo spettatore ad utilizzare la sua immaginazione. Prendi in considerazione tutti i sensi. Audio e video possono essere un valido supporto. E divertiti.
Want to find out more? Go to bit.ly, that's bit.ly/Europeana Storytelling.
Hi, I'm part of the team of Ode Europa, a Horizon 2020 project using artificial intelligence to investigate the importance of sense and smelling. We start by finding smell references in digital text and image collections. We are analyzing more than 30,000 images. In each image, we identify objects with their smell, actions such as sniffing, and facial expressions and emotions associated with the smells. In this video, we will take you through the journey of how to smell a painting by focusing on the biblical story of the adoration of the Magi. The scene depicts 3 men presenting offerings at the birth of Christ. These men surround a baby and his mother, one kneeling closely to the child with a golden chalice. With computer vision, we cannot identify a narrative in a specific image, but we can identify the elements that together make up a narrative. And we label the fragment elements using bounding boxes. These boxes encode information about the visual objects and their position. Using this information as a training data, we teach our models to automatically detect and localize smell-related objects. Some smell references for example the couple in this image, can be found directly by detecting the objects because they carry a smell themselves. In other cases, the smell references are more hidden and have to be recognized indirectly. Art history tells us that two of the offerings are actually smells, frankincense and myrrh. In order to reveal these hidden smell references, we need the help of art historians. Now let's take one of the offerings, myrrh, to understand how we can go from the canvas to the nose.
As we can see here, myrrh is a tree resin, which is hard and sharp to the touch and varies slightly in color. The smell is at first faint, but then becomes more and more intense. Museum experiences are primarily visual. However, understanding artworks from an olfactory perspective adds a valuable dimension to our experience. At Odoropa, we developed a nose-first approach through an odor wheel. It combines smell categories and scent names with stories, artworks, and objects, revealing connections through smell. For example, resinous leads us to myrrh, which leads us to the adoration of the Magi, the birth of Adonis, and myrrh bearers.
We can use its concepts and connections to order the images according to a nose-first perspective. This might reveal surprising similarities between images that do not have much in common visually. In order to digitize the smells associated with historic artworks and spaces, a team of heritage scientists will analyze and preserve the chemical and sensory properties. Working with perfumers from our collaborator International Flavors and Fragrances, Odoropa researchers will develop historically informed recreations of the smells depicted in the artworks. These recreations will be presented in museums across Europe, enabling thousands of museum visitors to experience the artwork with their noses. And that's how you smell a painting.
Моята работа е свързана с граматическата традиция в културата славя ортодокса. Изследвам българската граматическа традиция, която се ражда от нея на база на черковно-славянски граматики. И това, което ми трябва в Народна библиотека Иван Вазов в Пловдив, е периодичния печат от 1859 година насам. В периода, в който търсим трета четвърт на 19 век, става въпрос за 4 школи, които ние наричаме книжовно-езикови школи. Те имат различни модели за правописа. Ако ключовата дума днес е българска граматика, в периода, в който търсим граматически критики, то е българска граматика.
Дигитализирали сме общо около 170 гигабайта PDF файлове с разпознат число OCR текст. Създава се в момента дигитален инструмент от нашите партньори от Софийския университет, който ще позволи локално търсене от сървърите в библиотеката, чрез който съдържанието може да се достъпва веднага, без да е въведено в самата дигитална библиотека. Друга сфера, в която може да се постигне напредък чрез съвместни разработки, дори в рамките на проект Клада, по който ние също сме партньори. Това е обогатяването на съдържанието и обвързването му в графи на знанието.
Това е система, която ползва технологии, които в момента използват се доста широко и в индустрията и на различни места. Цяло решава проблеми, които са често срещани. В нашия случай решаваме проблем за бързо търсене в голямо множество от PDF файлове. Това, което ни беше интересно, е, че всъщност това е реална задача, която има практическо приложение в библиотеката. И това е нещо, което ни запали първоначално по задача. Ние използвахме Elasticsearch, която е разпределена търсачка за бързо търсене в данни. Използвахме Python за предварителна обработка, тъй като има някои грешки в файловете, които трябва да се оправят. Използвахме също така Jupyter Notebook, също за различни експерименти.
Този проект започна като практическо упражнение от
курса по извличане на информация, където студентите изучават как се правят така наречените търсачки. Това са основно студенти от две магистърски програми в Софийския университет, изкуствен интелект и извличане на информация и откриване на знания. Изглежда много подходящо като приложение, което студентите да натрупат опит и същевременно да свършат една полезна работа за обществото, така и за духовността в България.
Сграда като инфраструктура всъщност създава ресурсите, с които такива приложения се изграждат. Това, което в момента прави, е работа с различните партньори, където тяхно знание анотираме на ръка с така наречените наименовани същности, с идеята да се натрупа корпус от такива примери, за да може да се тренират различни модели за автоматично разпознаване. И това, което с някои от партньорите, специално от Института по балканистика с Център по тракология, е как имената стават нещо като самостоятелни обекти. Нали, те си имат свой живот. Сега ще се опитаме да моделираме това развитие в времето.
Consortium was built in a way that it had collections in different languages. So we had 4 languages, French, Finnish, Swedish and German. So the project is open to increments or to new research topics on different collections and different research questions from different domains, and also to integrating collections in different languages. Orthographic reform is a different problem because you will have a mismatch between the historical data and what in the present will query. But I believe this can be mainly a pre-processing that you do before providing the collection to a more general platform like the NewsEye platform. So I think what you have been doing is extremely useful.
Ако търсим в класическия каталог, това може да отнеме до 6 месеца. Един жест към младото поколение, което да се научи да работи с дигиталните архиви на същите тези вестници. И това е новото, което в сътрудничество с библиотеката ние искаме да придадем като нова дигитална култура или нова дигитална хуманитаристика.
Мисля, че основният мотив в работата на библиотеката по отношение на колекциите, които дигитализира, е точно това. Да се запази паметта на българщината, на това, което българските творци са направили.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. I certainly had some tea, and I have to admit I had some cake as well. Full disclosure. Great to have you with us for the last session of this opening gala of the Digital Storytelling Festival. It's been a really fantastic day from our point of view so far. We hope you've enjoyed it too. As always, feel really welcome to drop comments, any questions you have in the chat. That's always great to hear how you're feeling and what you think of everything that you've seen and heard. And thank you always for your questions and in the Q&A and otherwise. Much appreciated. And closing out this opening gala, I am very honoured to introduce two friends of Europeana and the open access or open GLAM world from the brilliant project Curationist. We have Virginia Poundstone with us, the Director of Product and Content, and Amanda Figueroa, the Community Director of Curationist. So a warm welcome to both, and now I will hand over the digital reins to you both, and we look forward to this. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having us. Virginia, I hope you don't mind if I go ahead and jump in. Let me first say I'm so excited to be here. I'm still relatively new in my role as community director, and getting to find out that there's already sort of a community that's come together around this project has been a dream, and also has started to make my professional life a little bit easier in this position. We're going to begin with a couple slides and really just walk you through not only what the Curationist project is all about, but a little bit about how we want to contribute to this whole ecosystem in general. So as you can see right here on this first slide, we are Curationist. You're going to hear from Virginia Poundstone in just a little bit, who, like Douglas said, is our Director of Product and Content. But I'm going to go ahead and get us started. This background image here and all the images you'll see in this presentation are all available in the Curationist open collections. This one is The Burning of the House of Lords and Commons from 1834 by a painter named Turner. I'm not in charge of these slides. There we go. Thank you. So a big part of the project Curationist, and I think a big field that we're all involved in to some degree, is this active curation. I personally, my background is in art history and anthropology. I first envisioned myself as a curator when I was sort of stepping into these fields. And as I did, I started to realize what a power dynamic there is in the word curation. You guys might know already, but curatorial studies and curatorial practice as we currently know it is really rooted in the foundation of the British Museum, which was sort of used to reify the might of the British Empire by displaying art and artifacts from colonized empires, right? From the Middle East, from Africa, from India and Asia. So every time we talk about curatorial work, there is sort of that latent power dynamic that can be really intimidating, I think, to a lot of people, if not outright off-putting. The background image here is Spring Flowers by Monet. And I love that painting because it is so beautiful. And it is itself an act of curation, right? Monet, in creating this, this painting, had to select which flowers to include. And so we are able to see not just the act of care and appreciation that happens in curatorial work, but also the act of selection and exclusion, which are really important to the way we understand the field and the way we want to intervene moving forward. So if you'll take us to the next slide, please. We've had a lot of conversations at Curationist about what curatorial work means to us. And recently someone said in one of our long internal conversations about this, they were like, yeah, it's really more curation-ish, which I think is both really funny and also really true. A big part of the work we want to do on this project, which again, Virginia is going to take you through the nitty-gritty of these tools and features in just a second. But a big part of what we want to do is not just provide technical support and digital tools for curatorial work, although that is part of it. We're also really interested in reframing this power dynamic around curatorial work. The image that's our backdrop here is a photo of handmade protest signs about student debt and the rising cost of education worldwide. That's a conversation I think this project really belongs in. I think this project belongs in conversations about data sovereignty and the ability to sort of disperse or disseminate the power of curatorial work, so that it's not just a handful of people with strong institutional backing making critical decisions about what art is and what artworks mean, but that work gets dispersed to a larger population of people who get to determine those things in conversation and negotiation with each other. There's a whole field of aesthetic theory around that I'd be happy to get into, but maybe not this early in the morning, East Coast time. So you'll take us to the next slide, please. That's what brings us to the Curationist project. This is a photo by Jose Luis Alfonso Palacios, also in the Curationist collection. And the real value of this work that we're trying to do is, like I said, really doesn't try to undo or break down curatorial work, because it is important. It is acts of care. It is acts of collection and maintenance and archives and the establishment of a long record of human collection and creation. But it can't continue to be held by large private institutions with their very tall walls to access. And so as Virginia takes you through the features and the work we're doing, more specifically on this project, I hope you'll all keep in mind the idea that Curationist is about rebalancing that power dynamic that happens in every act of curation, and really opening it up so that people of all kinds can own their own cultural heritage by managing part of its online presence. So thank you so much. I'll be back on in the end to talk a little bit more about these things, but now I'm going to hand it over to my amazing colleague, Virginia, who can show you exactly what we have cooking in advance of our upcoming launch this summer.
Thank you so much, Amanda. If we move to the next slide, I'm going to take you through a quick little past, present, future journey on the Curationist project. So we launched our site in 2019, and that's the site that's currently live. Thank you so much, Douglas, for not only inviting Amanda and I to talk today, but dropping that link in the chat. This was very nice and handy. Thank you. So we launched this site in 2019. It really was a proof of concept. The idea was there's all of this open access cultural heritage that's coming online. What is to be done with it, and what are the possibilities of curating this material? So we've been spending a tremendous amount of time discovering what digital materials are available for curation. And as an earlier session with Douglas and Medhavi about how do you even find open access content, I think I wasn't able to attend the session. It was a little early for me, but I think you probably discovered it can be a complex endeavor to find this material. And that's what we found out. And it made our job as curators really challenging. So it really was the seed of an idea that we have planted. Next slide, please. So when we found, as we were exploring this, we were thinking about what kind of stories can we tell with this, with all these materials that we are able to find. And if you click, but don't go to next, we're going to layer on some concepts here. Thank you. So one of the great open access collections with millions of objects is the Smithsonian. And it was a real coup that this collection was made available. And now that it is available, it means that we get objects like this, Westward, the Course of Empire Takes Its Way, which is a mural that in the United States Capitol building. And if you click again, when you find this, you get some object details. So this is the metadata about this digital reproduction of this work. And if you click again, we get down to the bottom of the metadata that's available. So if you were to land on this image, you have this metadata to work with. And what you have is, some pretty fractional bits and pieces of information. And if you click again, we'll see that they have this related tab. So, there's a related piece of content that we can maybe learn a little bit more about this. And if you click again, we'll see that related content leads to this very nice collection about the capital city of Washington, D.C. Click one more time. And you'll see this is all of the pieces in that collection, really tiny, but none of it really talks about the meaning of that painting, how that painting came to be, what's symbolically in that painting. So if you click one more time and actually go advance, not click. There we go. Okay, so we were able to, the power of Curationist is that we can take those, we can look at those open access materials and begin to build narratives around them. So here is this painting, and it's this incredibly powerful painting with a complicated history. It is the telling of settler colonialism here in the US. And it is enshrined in our Capitol building where our laws are made. So a writer from Curationist named Anu Vikram wrote a piece all about the history of how this painting was made, what it symbolizes, and how in the world it ended up in our Capitol building. If you go to the next slide, I have a really great quote from her piece that talks about how this painting is telling the story of manifest destiny, which if you are an American and you grew up being educated in our public school systems and probably our private school systems as well, you were indoctrinated to this concept of manifest destiny, which was that white people had a God-given right to take over the rest of the continent. And that was how, that was the propaganda that was used at the time to say it was okay to go and continue pressing westward and seizing land, continuing to settle and colonize across the continent. And so when this painting was made, it was during the time period of that propaganda, where they really were during the Morrill Act and the Homestead Act. And I won't bore you with the details about that, but those were all laws that were made that made it legal to go and just take land that you did not own and was already occupied by indigenous folks. So we were able to take that painting and put a little bit more context to it. And if you go to the next slide, this brings us to the present moment, where we really learned that the metadata piece of these artworks is so transformative for two main reasons. One, it's how works are discovered. It is how, when you are searching on the internet, it's the data that machines are looking at in order to make relevant returns for you. So how things are labeled is incredibly important for how they're able to be discovered. We also saw this as a really great site for storytelling in kind of bite-sized pieces that would travel around with the work itself. So object descriptions that can show a little bit more about a work than just fractions of information. So that leads us to our present, where we are working on our custom database. We created a schema so that we could import the data from open access collections through our normalized schema, so it would be much easier for us to work with the data and make the works discoverable, as well as a web application on top of that database, so that users could have a really nice, what you see is what you get interaction with the materials that are available. We're also have this growing content team and communities coming forward to work with us. And this idea is really beginning to take root now. Next slide. One of the great programs that I'm so thrilled about as part of our community building and getting additional voices in to discuss different artworks that are available is our Critics of Color residency. Next, if you click, there's a little more information here. And what this program does is it pairs critics with editors and archivists to develop articles for Curationists. So these critics come in and they have their interests of things that they are pursuing and thinking about, and they work with an archivist to find some of these materials that will help support their research. And then over a period of almost 8 months, they develop an article that is about the works that they discover and are most interested in. They also work with the digital archivist to produce new layers of metadata about those works that will be accessible on our new site. So you not only see the metadata from the source institution, you also see a layer of curationist metadata about that work as well. And I'm going to talk about the technical pieces of that in a bit, but I want to acknowledge that this residency was made possible by an amazing award from the Allied Media Foundation through their Critical Minded initiative. Next slide, please. So I have two samples, like little sneak peeks of what some of the critics of color are up to here. Colony Little wrote a piece about this photograph, this Palmer photograph called The Beauty Remains, Decoding the Wild Women of Aiken. And there's a lot of allegory in this image. I'm not going to spoil it completely, but it's an incredible piece that takes you through not only the history of photography and post-Reconstruction America, but it also talks about aestheticism as a movement in general. Next slide. And another one that's more of a piece about architecture and the history of architecture is by Noah Weiss, and it's the histories of the public bathhouse. And in this article, it's very interesting what they do. They look at the gendered history of bathhouses, as well as the race and class issues that were involved in their construction and their maintenance, and then their downfall. So that's another one to really look out for. Coming up soon when we relaunch. Next slide, please. So now this lands us to the future, this relaunch that we're hinting at. It's a web app for learning about and sharing art and cultural heritage. And once we have this live, we'll be able to create really a robust community of curation and the ability to do create cross-institutional encounters with open access content. And it still is this idea that's taking root, but we really hope that it is healthy and growing and that you will all become part of it. But now I'm going to get into the details about what we're doing, I think, but maybe I'm talking about metadata next. Let's see the next slide to remind me. It is metadata. So on our journey of learning about metadata and what we can do with metadata, we've done a lot of conferences, we've written a bunch of papers, and we decided to create a metadata learning and unlearning blog on Medium so that we could start to share out these ideas, especially as they relate to pedagogy and how they can be tools used in classrooms and tools of education in general. So please check out this. I'm going to show you a couple titles. If you go next slide. We started with an article by me about dynamic metadata, and our sort of case for dynamic metadata deepens cultural knowledge. So by dynamic metadata, we mean metadata that is not static, it is living, and it can continue to grow. And if you just start to click through, we'll see a couple more titles from this series on this slide. So we have Metadata Isn't Neutral. Sharon Mazzotta, who is our metadata consultant on the project, who created our schema for our database, talks about how metadata isn't really neutral, and it is a site to be interrogated. Click again. And then we talk about what happens when metadata taxonomy is Eurocentric when describing objects that are not Eurocentric, and how that affects the meaning of the objects and how people understand them into the future. Next, and we also have questions around erasure that exists in metadata and how the provenance of objects, how did they get to the museum, can sometimes be completely missing, especially when there are acts of violence. And then we get into how do we engage with teens, and how do libraries get involved in digital literacy. And if you go to the last click, it really is about how this metadata project can teach digital civics across the board to students. Next slide. So I'm just going to give us a quick example of this. This is a piece that we currently have live on the site, and it is a Tunho. If you click again, you'll see this is where it sits originally from the Art Institute of Chicago. One more click. And this is how they have their metadata that's publicly visible. And the next click is very important. This is my favorite part of this slide. It says that object information is a work in progress and may be updated as new research findings emerge. And then there's a call to action to help them improve this record. This is so beautiful to me. This acknowledgement by the museum that there's so much more to be known about this object than what is currently there. And that it will be updated, and there will be progress towards it. And a big thing of what we're trying to do in our next version of the site is make that contribution something that lowering the barrier for being able to contribute to the metadata of works that are publicly available. If you click again, you'll start to see how we're working through this. So up at the top, we have our JSON documents, which are how we're importing everything. All of the data is coming in through JSON. And then I have that on top of that, what it'll look like on the front end for end users. And there'll be various ways to actually edit this, which I don't have visuals on for you yet, but it's exciting. And if you click again, you'll see that our big goal here is to connect all of our taxonomy to Wikidata terms so that they will all be associated with QIDs automatically, so that they will be part of the larger linked data project across the internet. And if you click one more time, we're going to see traditional knowledge labels and notices. This is something that we're also incorporating into the project, because this is an indigenous object, but there's no way for anyone to know that, or to know that something maybe is missing and there's communities that need to be asked for permission to use, or communities that have more information to add to the metadata of the object itself. And so we're partnering with local contexts. We're learning a lot from them, trying to figure out how to technically make this possible. If you click one more time, you're going to see the dream of our metadata, which is that we have our source metadata. We have the ability to add these curationist layers on top of the metadata. We can work with TK notices in a way that is very functional and serves the communities most affected by traditional knowledge and data and indigenous data sovereignty needs, and Wikidata QIDs. And if all of this comes into play, then our open cultural heritage is in a really good shape. It's in a really healthy condition where we can all collectively care for it in respectful and productive ways. And if you go to one last slide, I believe so this is our circular digital solution that we've come up with, where up in the left, we have the open access collections data from museums that we pull into our Curationist database. We also pour into our Curationist database the layers of metadata that we're adding. And that database is accessible through what's called an API gateway. So that means anyone can access this. It's user interface agnostic. It can be shared very easily across the sector. So we're not just taking, we are also making it easily returnable, totally circular. So it feeds, like at the green circles at the end, it feeds our website, this API gateway, but it can also feed other projects. The big question mark there, we're excited to see what kind of projects this data will also be beneficial for. Let's see the next slide, please. And so here we are in the open knowledge ecosystem, and what an incredible, alive place to be in. We, of course, centered ourselves there with curation. How can we use curation to pull all of these incredible sectors together, GLAM institutions, open and free knowledge movements, as well as open access within the educational sphere? And how can all of this work together? I'm so glad this slide makes you happy, Douglas. It makes me so happy too. I think the next slide is me passing it back to Amanda. It is. All right.
It is. And what a wonderful note to get handed the microphone on. That last slide makes me really happy too. And this next one just sort of underscores it. We're not only interested in developing ourselves. We're interested in developing this whole open access ecosystem, right? I have been referring to it as our community development in terms of good citizenship at scale. We just want to be good neighbors in this field, both to large art historical institutions that we're partnering with, but also to grassroots cultural heritage movements, people who are living in these communities and taking care of objects and their histories without knowing that they could be a part of this movement, or without having the resources and access to be a part of the movement at this scale. And then finally, to open access art, education, and digital sovereignty broadly. That last slide was all about not just developing us, but developing the field as a whole. The idea is that we're all gonna get free together. So contributing at every level is so important to us. Next slide, please. And just to really put a pin on it, here are some of the key words that Virginia and I have said in this presentation and are absolutely committed to being a part of. Open education, digital art history, community cultural heritage, and decolonial archival practice. That's what we're here to do. And I'm so excited to be in community with all of you and really look forward to starting conversations about how we can do this work together. There are a few more slides here at the end that are image credits. So if you're interested in any of the beautiful images we got to share in our presentation today, these last two slides will show you exactly where you can go find them on the Curationist website. That one in the bottom right, the quilt is phenomenal. It's so gorgeous. That's my favorite one. But please go ahead and check out our platform. There's a newsletter you can sign up for to sort of stay in our loop, but I'm also going to put my direct email in the chat, and I'd be so happy to have a conversation or just say hello to anybody who's interested in having further conversation. So thank you so much for having us today, guys.
Amazing. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Virginia. That was incredible and really inspiring. Just the energy boost we needed at the end of day 2 of the opening gala. So thank you. Let's dive into some questions. Max, hi Max, has dropped a question into the Q&A around how Curationist works with the multilingual aspect. That's something that many GLAM institutions and aggregators, hello Europeana, are challenged by in terms of metadata which is supplied or is translated. You have machine learning brought in as well. And how does Curationist approach metadata and multilinguality, if that is even a word? What are your thoughts on that? Thanks.
Yeah, it's such a good question. Thank you for that question. It is in our roadmap. So how's that for an answer? It is extreme. It is our goal. It is, as Douglas is hinting, extremely challenging to do. So we have to start somewhere, and the somewhere we are starting is English, because the collections that we were able to access were in English. So we're going to start. We have internationalization as a major goal, and the way we're going to start is a full data analysis in the fall of what kind of data projects we can take on once we analyze the data that we have in our database. So we'll be working with a data scientist to really look at it and then investigate what are the ways that machine learning could assist that, and what are the ways that it can't. Finding the limitations and seeing if there's a human in the loop sort of scenario where machine learning can do a rough translation, and then we have a campaign where we're asking people to help the robots to make the translations better. We're also looking, that's part of the reason why we chose Wikidata as our taxonomy standard, which is highly unusual in the cultural heritage field to lean on Wikidata because it's not stable. It can change at any time. But the benefit of doing that is that we instantly have access to multilinguality in our terms. So I hope that that's a beginning of an answer. It's an extremely aspirational goal, and it is at the top of our minds. If anyone has ideas or has already done translation projects with data, please let Amanda know. Send us an email. We would love to collaborate on it. But it is a challenge.
I'll just add to that. We're super lucky to have an internal team around this project that is super multilingual. So it is at the top of our minds. Many of us on this team, including myself, are bilingual, and constant. I can't think of a meeting we have where that doesn't come up. But it is a very difficult goal that we're still sort of structuring.
Brilliant. Thank you both. That's amazing, and we should definitely talk about it from a Europeana perspective too, offline. One of the things that came to mind for me when you were speaking just now, and when Max posed the question, is, yes, we lean on things like Wikidata, and anytime I hear the word Wikidata or see it, a smile comes into my mind. I love it. Then there's the balance against, as you said, Virginia, the need and the importance of, if we can, to get humans in the loop, right? Because we know that machine learning and AI can be quite problematic in a lot of contexts. And I think, Amanda, you highlighted in the great presentation about working with communities, being sensitive about handling forms of traditional knowledge, for example. And I think for me, that's the kind of, it's a real challenge and a balance I think we are moving towards trying to find between benefiting from things like Wikidata, community developed sort of resources like that, and automation, but recognizing at the same time that there's a kind of a limiter somewhere, and at least a note of caution. Maybe Amanda, you'd like to respond to that?
Sure. The question I'm hearing you ask is sort of, how do you balance these two things? These really great infrastructured systems, and then also the awareness that someone out there is going to have a little asterisk to put on them. Personally, my perspective as community director is that I live for the little asterisk. I thankfully don't have to be the one who programs any of this. But I love the exception to the rule. I want to find the person who's like, wait a second, I have to intervene here. I want intervention. I want community voices. And I am thrilled by the opportunity of someone telling me that our metadata is incorrect. What a gift to be told that you're wrong about something instead of being ignored. So from my perspective, the more voices we get to pull in, the more we get people who are saying, wait a second, I can correct this. Wait a second, I have something to add here. That's proof of success for this project. That's proof that we're gathering this highly motivated, emotionally engaged, I don't even want to use the word user base around this, right? This community around this project that feels a sense of ownership, not only of the things we have in our collections and the tools that the system can provide, but feels a sense of ownership over that community itself. What are the ways that we as the community around Curationists treat this data? What are the ways that we as this community treat interventions in this data? And a big principle for me in developing that community around the project is to find people who have committed to accepting so-called outsider voices as authorities and experts on these objects. That's just a foundation for this project. As much of so much of our technical metadata capabilities are a foundation.
Fascinating, thank you. And let's change tack and talk about audiences, if we may, because I know that you and the team at Curationist are super busy developing, publishing, promoting an amazing range of content, some of which we've seen today. And how do you together respond to, think about, and if you like, be influenced by how your audiences engage with the different kinds of stories, the different topics and things that you publish and share? How does that work inside the building?
So I can talk about this from the content team's perspective, which is we are still really new and figuring out who our audience is and learning about what they're reacting to. And we use pretty basic tools around SEO. So we're looking and seeing what are topics that have a lot of traction on the internet that are related to what we want to talk about, and how do we reach those audiences that are looking for this. So an example of that would be, we know that a writer, so we know that I'll talk about in particular that example of Anu Vikram's piece about the Capitol mural. And she developed that work before January 6th here in the United States when there was the attack on the Capitol, but we released it. She worked on that for like 6 months prior, but we released it just after. And it happened to be coincidental that those things lined up. But as part of her research on that piece, she was looking for what else exists on the internet that's about Manifest Destiny. What else exists on the internet that is about this painter, and where does that information exist? And then we kind of did a deep dive on like, who's the audience for that, and what are the missing pieces available to people that are looking up this term. And that's how we really honed in on what kind of story we needed to tell. And we're able to do that because we don't have an audience that's big enough to really survey and understand based on what's getting the most traffic on the site and how long are people reading. Like we don't have a mass amount yet. So we're working on this, pulling people in through SEO strategy and looking around the internet and really trying to fill gaps in knowledge. The Manifest Destiny piece in particular was shocking to see how little scholarship that is contrary to the propaganda view there was available. And I guess, I don't know if Amanda has any ideas on how we'll do that in the future once we do have audience. I mean, we will have open calls as well, hoping that people who are active members will bring new topics to us say like, hey, let's do that. We also have the content, we have a marketing team that will eventually be looking at like what's relevant, not only in current events, but also what kind of holidays are going on, things, kind of common things like that.
Cool. Yeah, I'll also, we are in the middle of revamping our social media presence, which is a platform we're hoping to use to continue conversations that aren't really comfy on the site with its current features right now. So we're definitely looking to use those platforms to really engage with our community in that sense. And long term, honestly, some of my goals include in-person events sort of around the world, whether those include exhibitions or I would love to do teach-ins about some of the content on the site, using site collections as sort of the teaching materials. I would love to do programs in and around topics that are specific to the places where we're hosting programs. Just like with the issue of language, so much of our content right now is really US focused because it's drawing from US based institutions. And really being able to expand that conversation and take some of these artifacts, even in a digital sense, back to their indigenous places, geographies, and get to have a conversation there in that context is really exciting to me, and I think sort of broadens the curationist work from digital, which is so vital and so important, into the real world as well, which is immaterial and non-negotiable.
Excellent, thank you both. And you're creating and sharing amazing content, and also, as Virginia, that happy slide, which is what I'm going to call it, Virginia, you're also, in doing so, highlighting and promoting and making known, I think a lot of the time, wonderful open collections from the glam space, which is growing and very exciting. We spent a lot of the past couple of days talking about together. So in the relationship with GLAMS and the partner side of the work that you're doing, what's the dynamic there? We mentioned a few minutes ago a nice idea about round-tripping some metadata or kind of annotations that come on the data layer, which is something we also do at Europeana. But maybe, Virginia, this is one for you. What is your relationship with the institutions whose content you and the team are celebrating, promoting and sharing?
So we work primarily with the digital teams from these institutions because that's who we are interacting with the most. We will, as part of our relaunch, we will be reaching out to the institutions, really specifically giving them a preview tour, getting their input and insight and figuring out how and if they want to be involved. We're launching with 9 collections, and we chose these 9 collections because they were the easiest to tackle first. So they had very well-defined APIs, very well-defined bulk downloads. They wanted people to interact with their content in this bulk way. So so our partnership really was on that technical side. So we have a product leader on the data side that is in close communication with, I believe, everyone from those 9 museums, those digital teams. And then once we get ready for launch, we'll have our partners, our director of development will be really doing a lot of outreach and alongside Amanda to share it with them and get their thoughts and see how we can partner with them more fully. Once we get through this launch, then the real work begins in terms of making ourselves available to others that want to join and building relationships over time with them to show them what's possible if their collections are also added to these other 9. So I guess that's a where we are now and where we hope to go soon. And in particular, we're really interested in working with smaller collections. One of the other criteria was that there was at least 50,000 objects available to make it worth our programming time and our budget and everything. So we're very interested in smaller community archives that are interested in joining the open knowledge movement, but just don't even have a digital department, let alone, so we want to work and see how we could maybe support those people doing that important work.
Yeah. I'll just add to that all of these goals are going to require an iterative process. We really are, I keep saying, sort of building the airplane as we're flying it. And that makes for a very crazy takeoff. But it means that once we're in the air, it's going to be a group decision where we're going and what features get built. So we're really looking forward to having a lot of thoughtful, often critical conversations with partners to really let us know how we can support and what it would take to be able to onboard them. Like I said earlier, it's a compliment just to get people's criticism in that way. So we'd be very lucky to get answers like, we need this infrastructure, we need this thing that you don't have yet. That would be a blessing.
Awesome.
I do have to say, I personally need to hop off. Like I said before, the real world is not negotiable and it is knocking at my door. But thank you guys so much for having me. I'll leave you with Virginia to wrap up any remaining Q&A, but this has been a real blessing to me. So thank you so much for having me. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Amanda. Same for us. See you soon.
Bye, Amanda.
Virginia, I had one more question to wrap up. Beautifully on time. The scheduling for this event, thanks to partners and colleagues, has been immaculate. When you look at Curationist and you think about it, what you and the team are doing, and you look around at, say, Europeana or Japan Search and many of the other people, organizations in the GLAM space, what is it that you feel makes Curationist sort of special or different, that sets you apart a little bit, or things that you focus on a little bit more maybe than perhaps museums do themselves? Like, how do you see what Curationist is doing, particularly from an audience perspective and with your programming?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that the difference is we heard nose first in a video during break. I think that our curation first approach is maybe what differentiates us. The only reason we created a database was because there wasn't an existing structure that we could plug into from the open knowledge movement. We did not actually want to have to build an infrastructure piece. We just wanted to curate and tell stories. And for those stories to be told by more than 1, 2, 3, or 4 people, but that they were, it became like a joyful experience for people outside the open knowledge movement to not even realize they're in the open knowledge movement. And to be able to save works and arrange them. I think early on, some of the thinking was like, wow, if only the open knowledge movement had a Tumblr, like how much fun would that be? And it would just be in people's hands to do whatever they want and really be able to do things. So I think that that's probably what sets us apart, is that initial seed of the concept has always centered on how do we turn this into stories and how do we turn that curation piece over to everyone that has access to see it, so that there's not a passive, that if there's a passive experience, the funnel goal would be to pull those people into an active experience. And then also, the respect I have for Europeana and all of the aggregators after trying to figure out how to do this is immense. Like this, talk about an insane quagmire of data to have to kind of figure out. So yeah, I guess that's really how I see the difference. Is we weren't infrastructure first, we weren't aggregator first, we were storyteller first.
Nice. What a wonderful way to close this session. Virginia, thanks to you, and thanks again to Amanda. We loved having you with us. Thanks for joining us today and sharing part of your day. And enjoy the rest of it. I think it's the morning there, right?
Yeah, it is the morning. Thank you all so much. Thanks, Douglas and Aleksandra, and everyone who's here. Thank you so much.
See you soon.
Bye.
So at this point, we are going to wrap up the gala and day 2, and I'm going to welcome back to the stage Alex. Hi, Alex, and Medhavi. Welcome back. Alex, over to you.
Yeah, I would like to say that I'm absolutely impressed and overwhelmed by the amount of things that has been created, by the connections that have been made, and by the atmosphere around the festival, with everyone being really open, enthusiastic, and curious. And I would like to encourage everyone to keep the momentum going. So we'll be sending the recordings from the sessions, all the materials and resources. And remember to really internalize all the skills. The best thing is to practice. So I would like everyone to participate in the festival, but just visit the places that you've discovered, keep in touch with people that you met.
And I'd just like to say that the last 2 days have been inspiring. We've seen so many great examples, and there is going to be the presentation, but we'd also love to see the entries that come through. If there is any question at any point, you know where to reach us on our Twitter handles. Europeana and the Heritage Lab Twitter would be active, and the Medium publication does have a subscriber. It has a way for you to subscribe to the Medium publications. If you do put in your email addresses there, we will keep you updated. The competition runs for the full month till about mid-June, and we're going to be introducing our jury on the Medium publication as well. So please stay tuned. This is not over yet. Just the opening gala is over.
Thanks, Medhavi. Thank you everyone who joined us today, yesterday, for however long. We really appreciate it. Almost 1,000 people from over 50 countries joined this opening gala, which we find astonishing and makes us incredibly happy. So huge thanks from everyone involved, and a public thanks here to amazing partners, guest speakers, colleagues at Europeana, of course, Medhavi and Heritage Lab. We really couldn't have done this without you, and yeah, massive thanks and respect to everyone who made this event take place. So let's keep in touch. Hashtag DigiStoryFest is where it's all happening. We've got some great, exciting weeks to look forward to as people write stories, create things, start to share them. So please keep in touch with us during the festival period, right through to the 12th of June. And then we get to the exciting moment of prizes, the jury step in, judges, people's choice, closing event, all kinds of good and exciting things will take place. So, keep a nice space for that in June in your diaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you soon.
See you all. Good night.